Good evening. Doreen Ivory from the San Bernardino County Children's Network represents the Children's Networking Mentoring Task Force in recognition of the importance of bringing together existing programs and resources to facilitate meaningful mentoring relationships for at-risk youth. America currently has a mentoring gap, leaving 1 out of 3 without a mentor. Mentor programs have shown to improve school attendance, academic achievement, and have many other benefits here for our community, the city of San Bernardino. I do appreciate all the hard work that San Bernardino County Children's Network has done for our community, and on behalf of myself and the City Council, we'd like to proclaim January as National Mentoring Month. On behalf of the City of San Bernardino, proclamation of the Mayor and City Council designating January 2020 as National Mentoring Month. The importance of mentors in kids' lives will impact our community, and we're grateful for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Picture.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. As a resident of the city of San Bernardino, I'd just like to thank our honorable mayor, our city council, and the residents of San Bernardino for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Doreen Ivory. I'm the Mentoring Resource Specialist with Children's Network, and I chair the San Bernardino County Mentoring Task Force. Since 2009, the task force has worked together in the community to train, educate, and promote mentoring in San Bernardino County. And research shows that mentors can play a powerful role in providing young people the tools to make responsible choices, attend and engage schools, and reduce and avoid risky behaviors like drug use. Yet the same research shows that 9 million young people between the ages of 8 to 18 in our country will grow up without a mentor. This is what we call, as our mayor mentioned, the mentoring gap in America. And although mentoring is trending upwards in recent years, the number of youth in need of a mentor is also increasing. The need for quality mentors is evident no matter what the size or type of mentoring program is offered. For example, our court-appointed special advocates, or CASA, of San Bernardino provide mentoring and advocacy for foster youth in San Bernardino County. As of November of 2019, CASA had 119 volunteer advocates that they had matched with 181 mentees that are in the foster care system. However, our need for mentors is so great that right now there are 233 youth in the foster system that are on the wait list. So again, thank you on behalf of Children's Network and the Mentoring Task Force and the children and youth of San Bernardino. And I'd just like to take a shout out for all these amazing young ladies out here. I think they can also agree about how important a mentor is to each of them in their lives. So again, thank you for your continued support of National Mentoring Month and for youth mentoring.
All right, our next presentation, I want to invite our California State University San Bernardino women's volleyball team. Would you join me, please? And Coach Chernis. Coach? Well, yeah, why don't we assemble the gals on the podium here? And I'll read from here. And Coach Chernis, if she could join me, please. For the first time, Coach, welcome to City Hall here in your council chambers. For the first time in 54-year history of California State University of San Bernardino, they have won a national championship in an NCAA sport. The women's volleyball team completed a remarkable 33-0 season to bring home their first national title. There you go. They were the only women's volleyball team in their division to go undefeated for an entire season. I'd like to also acknowledge the good and hard work of Coach Chernus's sacrifice, her dedication to the community and to Cal State and to these ladies here for leading California State University San Bernardino volleyball. Thank you to the entire team for your dedication, your commitment, and your athleticism here. You make San Bernardino very proud. On behalf of the City of San Bernardino, all the city council members, including myself, in recognition and appreciation of leaders who play a significant role in our community, to Kim Chernus, head coach of the California State University San Bernardino 2019 Division II Women's Volleyball Champions. We honor and celebrate your amazing and fantastic victorious title win as the 2019 NCAA Division II National Champions with a perfect record of 33-0, undefeated wins for the entire season. Your spirit of friendship, yes, let's go ahead and give them a hand. We congratulate you on your outstanding accomplishments and are extremely proud to have you represent the City of San Bernardino so well. In appreciation of your outstanding leadership and team dedication to the sport of women's volleyball, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do enjoy, commend, and congratulate you on this outstanding accomplishment of your 2019 season, presented this 15th day of January. Congratulations, ladies, and we appreciate you.
We'd like to thank everybody for having us here tonight and recognizing what has really been a magical time for our program and our university and our community. I would like to say that, you know, I've been at Cal State for 29 years now, and we've been working really hard to build something really positive for the community and the city of San Bernardino. And in times when sometimes it's hard to find the real bright spots, I think the city can be really proud of the fact that we are the best in the country at this, right? We're number one, undisputed. It's something that we're proud to share with the city. It's something we're proud to share with our university and our community as a whole. But I think you would be equally excited to know that not only are these girls the best in the country at what they do on the court, but they also hold the highest GPA in the entire athletic department for the fall quarter. So, pretty tremendous group. Honestly, it's my honor to be a part of them, and we couldn't do anything that we do without the support of the community and our university. Our athletic director, Sean Farrell, is here. He's been amazing in everything he's done for us. And Chelsea Herman, who's our associate athletic director. They were both there with us in Denver for the championship, and I would be absolutely lost without my staff, my associate head coach, Danny Scott, and Kelsey Tolan. I'd also like to just recognize the fact that Danny Scott was the national coach of the year for the entire country this year. And Alexis Cardoza, Alex, if you'd raise your hand, she was named the national player of the year in the country, so fantastic. And we had a championship ball. This ball was actually played with at the national championship that we had signed for you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Let's go take a picture.
Okay, yeah.
Isn't that wonderful, community? I was just telling the ladies, these are tall ladies. Beautiful brains, champions, and awesome to our community. We thank you, volleyball team, for your good work in our community. We thank you. Next, I invite Mayor Pro Tem Richard to recognize our Citizen of the Month, Mr. Martin Valencia, Citizen of the Month, and our Mayor Pro Tem. If you join us at the podium.
Thank you and good evening. I am so proud of this gentleman right here because he always protects our park on the west side of San Bernardino. But this is Martin Valencia. He has lived in the city of San Bernardino in the 6th Ward for over 17 years. For Martin, this has grown to be a place where he and his family proudly call home. San Bernardino is where Martin and his family have invested in their first house, and that's why he's interested in working in the community to improve the city of San Bernardino as much as he can. Martin is concerned about his environment and keeps an eye out on Ann Sherrill's Park to increase awareness in his community. We recognize you, Martin, for your many contributions and consistent effort that you have created a neighborhood environment envied citywide. We commend you for your vigilance, love, concern, and dedication to the well-being of our community. These efforts are above and beyond what we expect from any neighbor for which our community is healthier, safer, and richer. So I want to thank you again. I get many phone calls from you about things that are going on in the park, and we do what we can to make sure we resolve all of them. So thank you for being the Citizen of the Month. Here's a certificate for you. And would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Well, thank you, City Council Besan, Richard, and thank you, Mayor, for giving me this award. I wish I can, get some more citizens concerned about what we have right now in San Bernardino, and this is the only chance I had to say it. One of my major problems right there is homeless people. It's it's a big issue, and if I can ask you for the help, it's big. It's a big problem. When I have problems, I call City Council President, and she's been so helpful for me. So I really want to ask for your help because that's where my family is growing. So. And that's where I invest in my house. So, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. At this time, I'll call forward the Chamber of Commerce representative. If you would please make your announcements to our community. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Colin Strange, and I'm the Director of Business Resources at the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce. A short list tonight, but we'd like you to join us tomorrow, January the 16th, at the Chamber at 9 o'clock in the morning for our monthly Governmental Affairs Committee, where important issues are discussed with the representatives of our local elected officials at the federal, state, county, and city level. Tomorrow's topic has been requested by a number of restaurants in the city who are concerned about the proliferation of the food cart operators, many of whom are doing business right outside the brick and mortar restaurants of the city. So we'll be talking and looking at the legality of these operations, the health and permitting process, and whether they are correctly licensed and bonded. So if this is a topic that is of interest to you, please join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the Chamber of Commerce, which is right across the street. Saturday, January the 18th at 7:30 p.m., the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra presents a tribute to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at the California Theater of the Performing Arts on 4th Street. I'd like to take a moment at this time to also remember the work of the Reverend Gertrude Wetzel, who worked so hard and so diligently to get the first statue of Dr. Martin Luther King, who was sculpted by Julian Martinez Soto, erected on municipal property in the entire United States. Well, that was way back in 1981. Our Coffee Clatch speaker for Wednesday, January 22nd at 7:30 a.m. at the Chamber will be Judge Stan Reichert, who will be discussing conservatorships, while later in that morning we'll be undertaking a ribbon cutting for the Jackson Hewitt Tax Services at 525 Highland Avenue, Suite C. On January the 28th, 4:30 p.m., the Chamber will be hosting an informational meeting on our up-and-coming overseas trip entitled The British Landscapes, which will also include a visit to the spectacular Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo, which actually takes place right inside Edinburgh Castle in Scotland. And finally, our featured Coffee Clatch speaker on Wednesday, January the 29th, will be Vanessa Perez. She'll be talking on the sterling work that the Time for Change Foundation does, helping women and children achieve self-sufficiency and recover from homelessness, substance abuse, incarceration, and more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the work of our San Bernardino Chamber, and thank you, sir, for coming tonight. At this time, we'll move on to the public comments portion of tonight's meeting. I invite any one of our public members who wishes to speak to submit a speaker's slip immediately, please. I'll call you once I receive your slip. We will utilize both podiums, and so when you hear your name, please, if you would, cooperate with us and line up on your call here and the respective podium. That would certainly help us out. Our first speaker is David Friedman, followed by Linda Hart, followed by Andy Lyman, followed by Scott Olson, Terry Elliott, Richard Kaplan. David Friedman, Linda Hart, Andy Lyman, Scott Olson, Terry Elliott, Richard Kaplan. Mr. Friedman, welcome.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is David. I want to thank the City Council for having the 5th anniversary of the, the Arts down on Court Street, the Arts Festival, right? You guys put on an arts fair every year? Arts Fest, thank you. Yeah, you guys moved it from, it was at the baseball stadium, and thanks for moving it to Court Street. That's important because I believe downtown can have an arts and historic district, and part of doing that involves putting together a PBID. And a PBID, for anyone that wants to know, is a property-based improvement district, really fun stuff. But basically, a lot of cities have been able to revitalize using PBIDs. If anyone's been to Old Town Pasadena, PBID. Downtown LA, PBID. Arts District in LA, PBID. All of those regions have been able to pull together their business resources through PBIDs. I own 54,000 square feet of property in downtown San Bernardino, and I just signed 3 leases in the last 2 months with art galleries. A couple of them are Cal State teachers, and one of them is even, they have a gallery already in Berkeley and in LA, and they just signed a lease for 10,000 square feet in downtown San Bernardino. We already have an arts district. It's just getting started, but I want to keep pushing that, and I think we can do that through this PBID. We can hire security. The first thing we want to do is hire security through the PBID. We've already talked to Platinum Security, who I believe the city uses, and they've given us quotes. We're actually able to deputize several security officers, and they can do almost everything a police officer can, and they can focus on one area. We can also use it for cleanliness. we can use it for public infrastructure improvements, and we can use it for culture marketing. So we can market downtown or parts of downtown as an arts district. Basically, all the property owners in the district would have to pay into it. So it's much fairer than just one person trying to make it happen. So I hope you guys will consider it as an item at the end of the agenda here. And I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Hart. Ms. Hart, followed by Andy Lyman, Scott Olson, and Richard Kaplan. Ms. Hart.
Good evening to the mayor and to the city council. The Youth Bill Power Community Solutions and Youth Bill of the Inland Empire for the community would like to invite you, along with our listeners, today to our Martin Luther King Parade, which will be held January 20th. Starting point will be Gomez Elementary School, and it will end over at Arroyo Valley High School, where we will have an expo. And so we are looking forward to bringing the community to the parade to the west side and having the community come out and to participate. And we also have entertainment, celebrities, card show, events for the children. And so we're just looking to bring a positive attitude back into our community in partnership with the community so that with the city we can make San Bernardino great again. And I have one of the youth here that will be talking about all the activities that will be taking part for the youth as well.
Hi, my name is Letitia Williams. I'm 17 and I'm here as a youth representative for the MLK Parade on January 20th. And like she said, it will make San Bernardino join as a community here between Arroyo Valley and Graciano Gomez. And the activities that we're going to have is based towards teens and kids, and there's going to be vendors and a gaming truck and all sorts of activities. And I truly believe that it will really get our youth together as well, which is very important because it's good to get the youth together as a community and help them out in some ways. And this will be good and make them happy and have a fun time.
Evening. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members, for just allowing us to speak. My name is Lucretia Dowdy, and I am the San Bernardino Martin Luther King Day Parade Committee Lead. I am excited about this parade. This is a long time coming. This is something that is truly needed for our community, especially on the west side of San Bernardino. So you're hearing the nervousness, but you also are hearing the excitement in my voice. We have worked diligently along with different community entities that have come together, along with Councilwoman Bessine and also with the mayor as well. So we just thank you, and we look forward to this happening. Like they indicated, it's just going to be a great day of just vendors and sharing different resources and information. We want to bring unity back in the community, and especially over there on the west side. Thank you so much.
Good evening again, and my name is Rich Wallace, and I'm the director over at Youth Bill High School. We are a high school for at-risk kids from 16 to 30. So we are working with young people, giving a second chance, and these young people have come out for this parade, and we are looking for a fantastic time at the extravaganza over at the school. So please come out, support this. It's a great event.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you, and thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Lyman, followed by Scott Olson, followed by Richard Kaplan. Mr. Lyman?
Hello, Council, Mayor's Office. I wanted to thank you for giving us this opportunity to express our concerns. Mine in particular is in regards to agenda item number 26. That's the annexation of a 26 parcels or 26 acres of land up in the north end of San Bernardino. I have a few concerns. I'm a resident up in the area.
That goes in the public hearing comments? The annexate, I'm sorry.
Yeah, technically it is on consent calendar, so we'll go ahead and hear it. Go ahead, Mr. Lyman.
Keep going. Okay. So I wanted to go over a few of my concerns. One, the main one that I have here is safety. This area is not your typical city living area. It's butted up against the foothills of the mountains. That's on one side, and on the bottom half of it, there's a fault line, major fault line. A concern there is ingress, egress. If, or I should say when we have a tragic fire or an earthquake, people are going to get trapped up there. It's happened again. It's happened to me, as a matter of fact. In 2007, I live off of Martin Ranch Road on Cable Lane. There was a fire that came up, and we were trapped up there. The fire department, we called 911. They said, stay up there. We can't get any cars into that area to rescue you. You got to wait until the fire burns through. Well, we did that. But that's one family. Can you imagine when we start getting, 200 plus homes up there, and we have ingress, egress issues coming in and out? When the fault line goes, how are you going to get out? Wind conditions up there are extreme. It's not like your typical areas. We all think, oh, we know what wind is like, but when you live up there, you have tile roofs blowing off of homes. It's severe. You cannot stop fire when you're in a situation like that. Those are some of my concerns. Also, the bottlenecks that we currently have at the North Verdemont School. Right now, that's a major issue. If there was ever an emergency event, that could be disastrous, causing lives to be lost. How are people going to get in and out? The way it is now, we can't hardly even do it. Can you imagine with 200 or 300 more homes up there what it's going to be like in a natural disaster, let alone just day-to-day activities? The children, going across the street, they're at risk as well. Services is another concern that I have. How are we able to adopt additional property when we can't even maintain what we have now with roads and infrastructure? And then we also have that area that they're planning on building in that annexation area was a World War II artillery range, and I'm concerned with the hazards that were involved there. When they start digging through that, what are they going to find? Hazardous materials, unexploded ordnance? There's no telling what all is in there.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Nichol?
If I may, my understanding, and I can understand why our city clerk mentioned that this was a public hearing. In times past, annexation matters have been put on the agenda as public hearings. This has been put on our consent calendar, and I've received a number of concerns from residents as to why it was placed on consent. I would like to at least have this item moved to staff reports, as it is an annexation resolution. I just don't believe an annexation is a consent item. I don't think historically we've ever dealt with annexation items as consent items. Maybe, Ms. City Manager, if you can clarify why it is on consent. Otherwise, I would like to respectfully request remove it to our staff report portion of the agenda.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an intention. It's not actually taking any official action on the annexation. However, if you are more than welcome to do that, or you can pull it and we can have Mike Huntley give you a presentation on it, whatever you prefer.
Without objection, I'd like to have this placed on the staff reports portion of the agenda. And ideally, if we can move it to the front. I know we have members of the public that wish to comment on that item. I think given the scope of what it is we're intending to do here, I would like to take this matter up first.
Very good. Sensing that there are no objections and there's a second seemingly support, Ms. City Attorney, what's your pleasure? Shall we take a roll call to change the item to staff report?
I think the chair can make that decision unless it's opposed by the rest of the council.
Is there any opposition that would like to express from the members? If not, we'll move item number 26, I believe it is, to the first portion of the staff report. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lyman. Thank you for coming out tonight. Our next speaker is Scott Olson, followed by Richard Kaplan. Mr. Olson, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year and welcome to the silly season. If any of you know me, you know I have a little bit of experience in the past of working on political campaigns, especially in the city. So my time is going to go towards where I'm at with the people on the dais and those here. I'll start with the first ward, Teddy. I don't really know you yet. You're not up for election, so there's still plenty of time. Sandra, you know you have my support. You know I'm there for it. However, I have to say one thing to you. You're a wonderful activist. You really get in there for the city. You say your piece, and I love it. But as an elected official, and somebody who wants to get involved in change, you have to change the roles. You go from an activist to an advocate. You need to learn to become an activist, because as an activist, you're a single person. You need to work with 6 others. If you want to get things done, you have to work together as a team while you're being the activist, and that means learning advocacy. Juan, 3rd Ward. Hey, I can actually call you a friend almost, I would hope. I admire you greatly. You've always had my support. Your dedication to this city and everything you've done is exemplary. It's really sad how some people got to talk you down and trash you down and they don't have a damn idea about what they're talking about. But some people, myself included, sometimes negativity becomes a part of what you're at when you feel the way you do. Fred, I coined the term misled Fred. I'm not going to say anything more. You already know how I feel about you. I will, however, offer an apology to several people over the last year or so. You've been asking me to help you with a recall. I have been busy with a new job. I'm still busy with that job. But quite honestly, talk to me again. If I can find the time to recall Fred, I'll gladly do it. John, you know I've helped you. You know I've worked with you. But you know there's one thing about me. I reserve the right to agree to disagree. You still have my complete support. Overall, I love what you're doing. I just wish your methods would, kind of mellow down a little bit. Henry, 5th Ward, you already know what I'm going to say. You already know where I stand. 4 years ago, I let you know I was not happy with you for very specific reasons. That's why I supported Brian Davison, and I helped him in his election. New guy had to learn what it was all about. Actually, he did very well. I'm supporting him again. In between time, you ran for assembly. You know I wasn't at any of your fundraisers. I didn't take part in anything. In all honesty, I supported Ramos in that event. I was at his events and all of that. There comes a point in time when, you know what, loyalty and actually being who you are instead of flip-flopping all over the place and saying what people wants to say has to go away. Basine, you have my total support. Mulvihill, we all know I want you gone. Fraud and corruption in the last 2013 election got you elected. You need to go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker, Richard Kaplan, followed by Malibu, followed by Ms. Dowdy. I think you've spoken, so I'm going to, that's okay? All right. Stan Futch, Christopher Kim, John Schollenberger. Mr. Kaplan, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Richard Kaplan. I live on Myers Road up in North Vermont. Okay. What are the concerns with Spring Trails annexation? Safety, safety, safety. Infrastructure, infrastructure, and infrastructure. Services, services, and services. LAFCO staff has addressed numerous concerns for the Spring Trails and the annexation due to the location, but their staff reports the city of San Bernardino can mitigate all the concerns and safety issues. LAFCO takes no responsibility for letting the annexation go through. Please, Mayor and Council, do the right thing and kill the annexation until the city can financially service the area with safety and services. Now, I'd like to ask the residents here that are opposed to the Spring Trails annexation to please stand up. I want to thank Councilman Henry Nichols for supporting his constituents. Thank you, Henry, and we do appreciate what you're doing for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Our next speaker is Stan Futch, Christopher Kim, John Schollenberger, and Malibu. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I did get it out of order.
You said you called
It's
my name.
Malibu.
Yes.
isn't it? I'm
yes.
sorry.
Nice to see you again.
Mr. Futch, you're on deck.
I should have been.
No,
over
no,
there.
go ahead, Miss
Oh, okay.
Malibu.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, hello to everyone up there. I know some of you. I've been on different sides of this. I've been a Citizen of the Month. I've graduated from Cal State. I'm a small business owner. I'm a teacher here. I'm invested in San Bernardino. I'm looking for change, though. I mean, a lot of it. And I know, they say change comes over time. We've had a lot of time and no change. We're making different changes up there, and I've reached out to Bessine, I've reached out to Sandra, at different times. My business is in the 2nd Ward. My kids grew up on the west side. So I'm invested. I work at Devalejo, but at the same time, I want to see some real change. I see quite a few people. Well, someone's up for re-election. I see a lot of signs everywhere, fields here, there. But I would like to see some change on the west side, but I'm here today to stand for the parade as well as for the beautification project that's going on over the west side. I'm loving to see some change, and my goal this year is to be here more often. So today is just an introduction. I'll be coming back to complain or congratulate very soon. Okay, thank you.
Well, Miss Malibu, that's encouraging, and thank you. We need it. We need to have a watchful eye on us. Mr. Futch, welcome, sir. Happy New Year to you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and all your staff. Happy New Year. I'm here again on behalf of number 11. We're talking about giving raises again. Unless the cities come down with a windfall, there's no money for raises. We all know that. So if all this is a survey, then keep surveying. I hope one day that you will have the money to give those people raises. But today is not the day. Some of you are running for election, and if your vote is wrong, your constituents will not be happy. So please do the right thing. When you have money, you give money. When you don't have money, you cannot give it. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Kim, followed by John Schollenberger, followed by Lynn Ware and Joyce Seeger.
Happy New Year, City Council. I want to talk about number 12. Here we go again. Another request for different location for Nibble This. Last time we talked about this, I brought in the court paperwork. Nibble This have declared they never had the lease for the original spot. So if that's the case, if they declare it, they never had the spot, how can they have how can they have a permit in the first place? They defrauded the city, number one, and they defrauded the other applicants. So if they there was 2 requirements to start the application period. That was the fingerprinting and all of that for the applicant and having a location. They did not have one of them. So they should never get the permit in the first place. Number 2, why does this keep coming up on the agenda? Who's recommending it? I saw the letter. It came from the city manager and the planning department. I don't know if they're the ones those 2 are the ones who are recommending it, or it's the whole city department. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but it keeps coming up. It should not come up. It should not be kicked down, down the road. It should never be. It should be denied, period. Number 3, other applicants have lost millions. I'm literally millions waiting for the city to make a decision and make this thing to move forward. Also, city has lost millions in tax revenues. So there you go. Lastly, it's time to fix this issue of this cannabis. Federally, they're talking about going legal. Whole United States is about to go legal. Isn't it time? Thank you.
Thank you. John Schollenberg, followed by Lynn Ware, Joyce Seeger, combined, and Esmeralda Negrete. Mr. Schollenberger, welcome. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me an opportunity to come to the podium. I like to use the podium as an opportunity to recognize people for a job well done within our city. I'd like to take that opportunity to recognize the San Bernardino City Police Department under the leadership of Interim Chief Eric McBride. I have seen a lot of improvements, and this is a dynamic team, especially with the ones that we work with within the 7th Ward in the Northern District under Jennifer Carell. They understand community policing. They get it. And this gentleman, Eric McBride, I've spoken to him. In fact, I had a conversation with him at the NAC meeting at the they had a pancake breakfast, and I had a conversation with him. He's been with us a long time. 1991, I believe, is when he started his career with us, and he's been in many different facets of the police department. And I understand through the grapevine that he's raising his hand for an opportunity to become our permanent chief, and I think that he should be strongly considered for that role because he understands the need for community policing, but his team citywide does an awful lot with a little bit. And as a block captain in our city, it's important, I think I can safely speak on behalf of other block captains, it's important for us to have a good relationship with our law enforcement because I'm a community volunteer, but we're their eyes and their ears. We're working together collectively as a team to try to keep quality of life at the forefront, to take San Bernardino to the next level, because it's going to be going to the next level because this community is strong and they care about the community as a whole. But I want people to remember the vital role that our police department plays in our community. And I've seen a lot of, I've seen a lot of patrolling increasing in our city, which is good. It's good to see that, but it gives you a sense of a lot more, a good feel for public safety. So I wanted to recognize Eric McBride and Jennifer Carell and everyone on the team there at San Bernardino Police Department. We really appreciate, I can speak for myself, I really truly appreciate what they do. So thank you.
And Mr. Schollenberg, I just wanted to recognize you and Faye Aldrich for the work you did this past weekend for the block party, which was also very much supported by Lieutenant Carell. You had vendors and music, and I'm not quite sure how many people attended, a couple of hundred people. People came and went between 28th Street and 29th Street celebrating the initiation of a four-way stop. Exactly. It was a real meaning of the spirit of community. And thank you, and Faye.
Our next speaker is Lynn Ware, Joyce Seeger, combo slip, Esmeralda Negrete, Kimberly Colvin, and Rabbi Cohn. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Lynn Ware. I'm a Scooby-Abbey Neighborhood Association president, and I'm joined tonight by Joyce Seeger, president of Blair Park Neighborhood Association. We are addressing item number 14 regarding extending the moratorium until such time as a development code can be reviewed and amended, specifically pertaining to issuance of social services facility permits. After almost 6 months, we are finally moving in the right direction and effecting much needed change, and we appreciate your response very much. Together, we have collectively determined that the development code is weak and unacceptably subject to interpretation and misjudgment. It has set up the potential for corruption, which is what we think we have seen in the case of the TAD building currently under construction at 27th and Little Mountain. Extending this moratorium is essential in order to allow for the correct and responsible review and revision of the social services portion. An extended moratorium will also allow time for subsequent council discussion and action on the urgency ordinance in question. With strong wording and utmost clarity, appropriate development code revisions will protect residents, our community will be better served, and our planning department will be empowered to do a much better job. May I remind you, this issue not only pertains to the TAD building welfare office proposed in our neighborhood, but it also speaks to the other social services operations that will inevitably be proposed in our community. For example, there are many vacant office spaces at the Mountain Business Park adjacent to this welfare office site. We cannot tolerate an accumulation of social services in our residential corridors. We understand that the developer has heavily invested in this project. But bear in mind, those of us homeowners living in the neighborhood impacted by this situation have also invested heavily, many of us for decades. We are the other investors and deserve to be respected and equally considered. In addition to extending the moratorium, we are asking to be included in the development code review process to allow what we have learned over these last 6 months to be applied. You should know that the TAD building issue has become a household word throughout San Bernardino and beyond. The Stater Brothers manager at Highland and Muscoobiabe, adjacent to the current TAD location, can't wait, and I quote, for the TAD facility to move away. I could count on one hand the number of people who believe the decision to allow this into our neighborhood is the right thing to do. Even some of the TAD employees themselves have said it is not right and they feel bad for the neighborhood. We need 6 votes tonight to extend the moratorium. Do we have them? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Esmeralda Negrete, Kimberly Colvin, Rabbi Cohn, and Treasurer Tees.
Good evening. I wanted to make sure that for the records, a few things stay here for the audience and the residents to hear. I am opposing the relocation of Nibble Disc. I'm not sure how many of you have driven by there, but it is a half a block away from In-N-Out. It is also across the street from low-income housing. Whether or not they're here to speak against it or not, I don't think it's fair that just because they don't come or they're not aware of the exact location, that this is something that could be approved just on the fly. We have seen that this city has removed the 600 feet that voters said, you know what, when we approved this one to come in here for the permits, that was with the recognition that there would be a 600 feet bumper. And not only that, but if you're going to approve anything else regarding marijuana, it should be with a full disclosure of who the mayor is affiliated with, not before. On page 773, moving on to another topic, there is the subject of water features when it comes to the projects for the city. And I wanted clarification of whether this means something like a fountain or are we talking about sprinklers? Because it would look pretty, but in the long run, it would cost the taxpayers much more money. When it comes to the substation at Central City Mall, I get it. It's not a lot of money. And of course, they're saying, well, coming forward the next years, it would be over $1,000. Well, if you look at what it's being said on the agenda regarding this, it states that this is going to be for breaks, writing paperwork, using the bathroom. So if you're willing to have the taxpayers pay over $1,000 for a restroom break, I think it would be much better for all of us to have them sit at a corner like they used to when we had 350 officers. We appreciate it. That was a deterrent. We appreciated seeing them writing their reports at the end of the corner down in our blogs. When it comes to their restroom breaks, any business would more than welcome to have any of our police officers. Their presence there would be a greater deterrent than having that. It states in there that this would be an empty building, so why pay over $1,000 for an empty room? Now, here's another idea. Because the company is offering such a low, rental for the substation, why not? Because right now you have the veneer contract is up and due. So if they're offering this for a substation, why not consider saving the taxpayers that money, get into a negotiation with the owner, and have them put City Hall and all the offices there? That would save the taxpayers a lot of money. We have seen reduction of those employees who directly impact our services to the city. Can I get your attention, whatever you're texting, to make sure that you're getting. So if you take a look at the agenda over and over and over the years, there have been many abolishments of positions.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Calvin. Ms. Calvin, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Really grateful to be here before you this evening. I stand before you to comment on agenda item 29, the beautification project at Ann Sherrills Park. And here I have some families of Acoma Unity Center. And Acoma Unity Center is an enriched after-school program assisted by San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino Park and Rec. We have been in this location for the past 4 years, and we have been able to find funding of $135,000 for the MAC Foundation, which stands for More Attractive Communities, and we're very excited to stand before you tonight. Without the help and assistance of the City Manager's Office, Park and Rec, and Public Works, we would not be standing here. This was a total collaboration in order to bring forth beautification to the the west side that has a lot of blight. And so whenever you are tired of looking at something, you need to figure out a way on how to make it better. And this is what we've done on behalf of the MAC Foundation in assistance with them. We met the MAC Foundation through a meeting with Ryan Rainbolt and the Garner Holt Foundation, and we're very grateful for that introduction. But the MAC Foundation is not new to San Bernardino. They look around the city and oftentimes give to other organizations and anywhere that the city might need to be made more attractive. So we're very thankful and honored that they would see fit to give to the west side of San Bernardino as well. This collaboration is going to need some further assistance from the city. And I believe that with total collaboration as we are doing and going forward, this is a way to work going forward as well. When you combine city efforts, when you combine school district efforts, when you combine community efforts, nonprofit efforts, and you pull all those resources together, you are able to do a lot. And so with these families here, I would like to give them a minute to share how important it is for when they drive to Acoma Unity Center or the Ann Sherrills Park, that they continue to see the city and the community be beautified.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for listening to us. I would like to say that we were not aware that we had to submit a separate card for each family. We would like to, hopefully you guys give us the opportunity to let you explain about Acoma. What I would like to say about Acoma is I'm one of the parents that participate with Acoma. My grandchild goes there and my high school student go there. Acoma has been a very positive experience. They help the kids with homework. They help the kids with positive social skills. They tell them the importance of education, behavior. They have the STEM program. They take them on field trips and show them things that that they don't know about. Is it okay that we?
Thank you. Ms. Calvin, why don't we do this? It's a prerogative of the chair. We'll go ahead and let you finish your statement, and then we'll conclude. We have several other speakers. So why don't you just go ahead and finish, ma'am, and we'll give you about 30 more seconds, and if you just share with us your heart.
Okay, so what I would like to say that I think is very important is that without the help of Acoma, you don't have a lot of programs like Acoma. Ann Sherrills Park has been specified here, the west side several times. Okay, it's the same area. If you expect for San Bernardino to beautify itself again, that's the best project to do it because they're right in the heart of everything. All of the problems, the people calling you and everything, it's in the same area. You have to put the work in if you want to see the results. That Acoma Unity Center puts in the work. You see immediate results. My son Michael was able to participate at the UC Irvine for a week. They learned how to budget. They learned how to financial, everything. But that was only through their help. My son would not have that opportunity. Right now, they're helping them sign up for a scholarship. They do that for all the children there.
Thank
you, guys want something good for this community, give them a chance.
Thank you.
Help them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Rabbi Cohn, followed by Treasurer Tees, followed by Majid Siraj and Kelvin Ward.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I'm here to speak on behalf of the Violence Intervention Program, which is number 8 on your agenda. And I'm asking you to provide full support for the use of the Violence Intervention Program in our city. The threat of violence in the streets of San Bernardino, I need not tell you, is ongoing and ever shifting. The VIP program, as it has been put to use in other cities in our state and our nation, has proven to be effective. It's an intervention program that works directly with young people who are caught up in the terrible cycle of violence. And the VIP program steps into very tense situations, and our city has not been immune from those, to discourage retaliation, to diffuse hostilities, and to provide a pathway to a safer and healthier life. We all know that violence strikes anyone, anywhere, and at any time. In San Bernardino, murder is taking the lives of our loved ones, leaving our families and our neighborhoods in grief and trauma. Our community has been impacted with violence for far too many years. The murders and other forms of violence not only cost us lives, it affects us in so many other destructive ways. It makes our city undesirable in the eyes of potential investors. It drives long-term residents away to other places. On the website of the Violence Intervention Program in a Northern California city, it's described as working with youth who are at the highest risk for involvement in violence, either because they're already in the juvenile justice system or have been identified by their school as likely to become so. It's through the efforts of a group like ICUC, Inland Congregations United for Change, that the leadership of our city, professional and elected, have been made aware of the VIP program as it's functioning in other cities, particularly in Oakland. And while no program, even VIP, can bring about a magical cure that would bring an end to violence, it can make considerable inroads into the problem and markedly reduce it. Our city needs that program now. So to put it simply, we call on you to act decisively to support the Violence Intervention Program, to stop violence in our city, and along with the support and strengthening of our law enforcement agencies, you can provide significant support for that program. It will be money and energy very well spent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker is Treasurer Tees, followed by Majid Siraj, followed by Kelvin Ward and Hardy Brown.
Mayor and Council, so it's a new year, and I hoped maybe a resolution for you all could have been having information before you make decisions. But yet, as I look through your very long agenda after a month-and-a-half break, there is no mid-year budget, but tons of expenditures. And number 6 is a total reason why you need to start looking at the budget. You have given $150,000 to 2 advocacy groups for legislative review, one of which was a fraud, which absolutely makes sense when the mayor says, oh, I'm not going to name my sources, but you guys shouldn't listen to staff, do what I say. But that's what puppets do, right? You move a string and they do what you want them to do. So that's cost the taxpayers now $33,000 that we're not going to get back. But remember how that was based off the salaries of the city clerk and the city attorney? You've paid them. Plus their salaries have been reinstated, and now you've been charged with at least $100,000 of their attorney fees. As of December 17th, we were at $84,000. So where's the money coming from? You guys have paid a $50,000 retainer. Now you're asking on item 19 for more money, uncap it for the appeal and for the damages claim that's coming. Where are you getting the money for it? Let's talk about the raises for the assistant chief of police and the chief of police, which keep coming back here. Why? We don't have the money. Many of us believe it's because those two were called first when John was caught at the illegal pot shop, instead of calling the city manager and the actual chief of police. So that's really nice reward for keeping your mouth shut and helping him have a pre-written statement that was written right into the police report. But I don't know. So let's talk about the substations for $20,000 that you want to give, because you eliminated 17 police officers out of our budget for this year. We're down cops, but you think you can put a lieutenant in the mall so they can write a report? It's really nice because I've walked in the 7th and the 6th and the 5th and the 3rd wards, and what I've seen is we have an absolute disparity of public safety in our city. In the 7th, it's wonderful to see people out on the street and riding their bikes with their kids, but if you're in the 6th ward like I was with the other candidate, and I was told, sweetheart, please, I like that you guys are out here, but don't be here after dark. So tell me that you have $20,000 to go put in a substation when residents can't be out of their own home at night, when they are in fear, when kids cannot walk to school. But there are cops with banisters and having coffee. We always have the money to do everything else but take care of the residents. How can you make any of these decisions without knowledge? And it might help if a staff report was actually transparent. Really, Terry? I have to tell you this. On number 6, a savings? What savings?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Majid Siraj, followed by Calvin Ward, followed by Hardy Brown. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year to all of you, your families, and the residents of San Bernardino. I'd like to speak on agenda item number 12 and echo a lot of the things what Chris Kim said about Nibble. This is change of location from Hallmark to 390 North 8th Street. On October 2nd, the Council voted 7-0. How often does the Council vote unanimously on a 7-0? I've been coming here for 2 years. This is the first time I saw a 7-0 vote in a matter of about a minute to table Nibble's last change of request to change to a different location. Now, Nibble is seeking yet another change of location to 390 North 8th Street, across the street from a senior living complex that was mentioned. Nibble's desire to change its location is completely irrelevant. What is relevant is that Nibble did not have a valid and continuous lease on their original location on Hallmark Parkway during Phase 2, Phase 3, and Phase 4. I asked the Council to reject Nibble's change of location, not table it, but reject it, based on the fact that they never had a lease on their original location. I'm beginning to sound redundant, yet they nibbled their way towards securing a provisional license. Cannabis in general, it's in a detailed package that in March and April there will be a discussion about a revision of the ordinance. Basine has shown urgency, Henry has shown urgency, Juan has shown urgency, and Fred and Ted promised that we're going to take a year until we make a decision. Well, Fred and Teddy, we're knocking on the door of 1 year. The 1 year mark is you got your wish. March and April is exactly 1 year. Calls are going unanswered to the city attorney. And there was a discussion that there was the cannabis was moving to the LRC in September. Then on the November agenda, it was pulled from the LRC to expedite the revision of the ordinance. And then the end of the year came and paralysis set in. So we're back to March and April. I urge the Council, all of you, the promises you've made, that we follow up on this, revise the ordinance, bring the applicants who are still outstanding, look at the winning applicants who are not doing anything with their licenses, and get out of the lawsuits. Let's go through a settlement process, bring everyone into the fold, and create an ordinance that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Calvin Ward, followed by Hardy Brown, followed by Don Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Kelvin Ward. I work for Inland Congregations United for Change, ICUC. I'm going to continue where Rabbi Cohn left off, speaking in regards to item 8, our violence intervention program. And just want to let you all know that it's going to take at least 3 years before our city will see significant results from our efforts. So understandably, since we have only been operating since January of last year, we're here doing the work and willing to put in the work to make San Bernardino safer for all residents, as well as those who visit. Subsequently, we want to continue to encourage our city council and our city manager to apply for CalVIP funding in the full amount available, which is $1.5 million for 3 years. This funding will assist in our efforts to combat violence in our city in a greater capacity, which again will ultimately change the narrative about our city, create a safer place to work and live, as well as generate a more economic, to create more economic development in our city. So we would like to thank David Miranda for his leadership, Victory Outreach, Young Visionaries, as well as Clay Counseling, and our police department under the leadership of Acting Chief Eric McBride for all their efforts and support of the violence intervention program. And we would appreciate, again, the full support of you, Mayor Valdivia, and our city council members, as this is a combined effort that we all must patiently commit to as we continue to do this work. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hardy Brown, followed by Don Thomas and Thomas Fleming.
Good evening. I hope all of you had a Merry Christmas, a joyous New Year, and I sent up prayers for Gigi for her loss and that she will grow stronger each and every day in 2020. I'm speaking on behalf of Hardy Brown. These are his words. Said, I opened my email yesterday from one of your employees, and I read this quote. I got called boy at work Thursday. Yes, boy. End of quote. At West Valley Water District in Rialto, last year they called the black general manager a shoe shiner. And currently, we're having problems out at Cal State. There's an alleged firing of black women. These are called racial epithets. And the dictionary says that it's a word or a phrase accompanying or occurring in a place to name a person that's disparaging or abusive, and it's used to insult the person of a different race. America used it as generalizations in stereotypes of our black culture within the society dating back to the 1600s, used during Jim Crow laws, and that's what I grew up under after slavery. I want you to know that race relations will not get better in the city of San Bernardino workplace with this kind of language being used. This is very demeaning to black men and must be investigated, and something has to be done about it. I know this is the rough side of the mountain, to quote the name of a gospel song we sing in church, that the city is climbing, but blacks have been climbing the rough side of the mountain for 114 years without even being considered as a chief of police, and only one reaching the rank of captain while still paying taxes. In light of this bad treatment, I still have faith in you to do the right thing by my people. I have talked with Terry, your city manager, to meet with a committee of Westside Action Group to explore different strategies to increase the inclusion of more blacks working in the city and improve racial tensions that is here. I do not know when they will begin the dialogue because she wants to include the new human resource manager. I'm also going to suggest that the black employees in the city organize as a support group for one another and mentor new employees as they are hired. You should provide sensitivity training for all employees, beginning with the managers. I notice you have a lot of workers' comp claims, including one from the former police chief, and you should investigate them and settle the Gary Sines and Gigi Hanna cases. I was against the police management salary increase before, and I'm still against any raises because according to an article, and he wants to hold the article up, in The Sun on March 22nd, 2019, headlines say, San Bernardino is not safe, so the city will reorganize its police department. Then you did not include any Black or Latino officers in the reorganization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Don Thomas, followed by Thomas. I really can't read your writing. Flannel? Thank you. Don Thomas?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dawn Thomas from Cathedral of Praise, as well as ICUC, Inland Congregations United for Change, and I'm here in support of the ceasefire/VIP program. As members of Inland Congregations United for Change, we understand that San Bernardino has been ranked as the third most dangerous city in the United States and the most dangerous city in the state of California. This is a narrative that we have employed our full resources to change via our violence intervention program as we work in cooperation with the city's violence intervention program manager, David Miranda, the San Bernardino Police Department under the leadership of Chief Eric McBride, our mayor, and you, our city council. Our city has a great opportunity to take advantage of working with our faith-based community, faith leaders, multiple congregations, and faith-based organizations to bring about a change to gun violence. So we ask that you do whatever you can to keep this program around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas? Thomas, can you please say your last name?
Fleming.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for giving me this time. I just wanted to say to Mr. Mulvihill, when you gave the award to the woman who deceased, you said that back when she was alive, she wanted to, not be shamed because of her race or her color. I just wondered, what race do you think you are? Because there is only one race, and that is the human race. And our ancestors are Africans. So there is no difference. Just because a sheet of paper says white, Asian American, African American, all these different things, doesn't mean that that's true. It was written by a racist person just to create division between people. Also, you guys do a prayer, before every meeting. I looked at the salaries for everybody who works here. I don't know how much of a godly city this is, but in the Bible, it says if someone needs a coat, you take off your coat and you give it to them. The average salary here in San Bernardino is, $30,000 maybe. You guys are getting paid a lot compared to the average salary here. I mean, what does that mean? I looked at salaries for the cops who, lady over there just said that, that they don't care for African Americans here. $18 million, something like that total. I did the research today. $200,000 for the chief and his assistant. I mean, just to sit and sign stuff and look like you're doing work, that's ridiculous. People work hard in the city, hard. Have you ever seen workers at Amazon? Have you ever seen workers who work at, small places? These small places where they get paid $13, $12 an hour? They work hard. Try working there for a day. I bet you can't. I bet you can't. You quit. You quit. I guarantee it. But getting paid $100,000 or more, yeah, you're pretty comfortable. And that is not godly at all. That is against what Jesus said. He said to help the poor. He said to help the hungry. What are you doing? I don't see you guys, doing that. So, that's an insult to God, insult to Jesus every time you pray and you bow your heads. Yeah, I had some for the mayor, but, he's gone now. So I guess I'll go after you. You're a Republican who worked under George W. Bush, and you're sitting there. Why do you have this job? And then why isn't there African Americans up here? I know you might be African American. I'm not sure yet, but you You work in a club, or you're in the Elks Club, right? Which refused membership to African Americans in the past? What does that say? That's all I got.
Thank you. Cruz Ruiz, followed by Paul Sanborn, followed by Terry Elliott.
Yeah, my name is Cruz Ruiz. First of all, thank all of you for your service, because whether it's military or government, it's all service to the people, or supposed to be. I'm here about number 26, the annexation up there on the North Verdamont area. Hopefully, we learn from our mistakes. Insanity is making the same mistake and expecting different results. We just had a fire up on Waterman. We had a fire up on up by where the Castaways was. We have fires everywhere. I've been living up there on 3721 West Myers Road since for 22 years already, and I've gone through a couple of fires up there already, and evacuations, and nothing changes. Now you guys they want to put all these houses in there. And the biggest concern that I have is the safety. Getting the safety personnel up there, getting the people out of there. As it is now, if any of you go up there, North Verdamont School is there, you can't even go up the street because these parents love to double park and wait for their little kiddies to come out to the car. They don't go find a parking space anywhere. Imagine another 300 cars, 200 cars coming down on the egress where they have to make one road by North Verdamont and use literally a Myers Road to come out from where the houses are going to be. It's only two streets. So the traffic that's going to be involved in that is the safety hazard. Mr. Nichols, he tries to do all that he can in order to show that the hazards that are there, we're on two fault lines. We have an earthquake like they had in Puerto Rico, like they had in all these other areas. What's going to happen? Everybody's services can't get up there. It's hard to get services up there now. I thank the city council and the police for doing their patrols now. I'm retired. I'm a retired old fart. So I just sit in my house and watch Gunsmoke and all the good westerns. But I have my window open and I'm watching Myers Road. And just until recently, a couple of months back, there was 1 or 2 patrols going up, maybe twice a week. We never had them. It was 2-3 years. I didn't see one cop car go up unless they were called. Now that's ridiculous, because cities of San Bernardino, I've been here since '97, but then Fontana before that, and it's a good city. But we let it go to hell, because nobody wants to do the job anymore. You guys are supposed to respond to our needs here. Your people. We are your people. Do something for us, especially the ones up in North Verdamont. Don't annex that place up there. It's going to be a disaster. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Paul Sanborn.
Good evening, Honorable Pro Tem Mayor and Council. We have an election coming up. We need a new face in the 7th Ward. I believe in all wards of the council person should have duties to take care of it. In the city of Los Angeles, there's 268,000 constituents per council member. All of you together can't cover that number for the city of San Bernardino. We don't reach 268. Mountain View. Mullah Hill is the one I'm going to blame for it. Went up there. They finally cut the trees down, the ones that were dead, put in new trees. The new trees that they put in have got leaves on them. And you may think, well, what big deal? No, there was pine trees there before. They should have been replaced with pine trees. At the north end, we've got possums, squirrels, coyotes, and now we've got 1,000+ gophers that he will not take care of over on Mountain View. If you think I'm kidding you, just go up Mountain View. Them holes are everywhere. I mean, you need to do something about it. I call it the gopher farm of Mulder Hill, to be honest with you. Sweet sweeping. I want to cover that street sweeping. We get second and fourth week on a Thursday for street sweeping. Last Thursday, they were not there. I called them at 3 o'clock. She says she'll work on it. Never happened. Yesterday, the man called me. Today, the head honcho finally called me, to be honest with you, and we kind of worked out to get this thing straightened out. In talking to him, I had explained to him that yesterday they showed up to clean the street. Okay, and as I told you, Tuesday's our trash day. So now we've got cars and we've got all the trash cans. And I tell you, like I told him, you did a half-assed job and to go around all that stuff. Anyhow, we need to get that all straightened out as far as this street sweeping and everything. The other thing I did want to bring up, let's go back in time right quick. We used to have mail delivered twice a day, believe it or not, in this town. You wouldn't believe it. We used to do street sweeping twice a week. You know, I mean, you could cover all grounds of that. You know, anyhow, here's the point for the residents of 7th Ward. If you got this flyer in the mail, I guarantee you that Mulvihill is not running for mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Terry Elliott. Mr. Elliott, you have 2 speaker slips. Can we consolidate into one, or do you need both? Or
Consolidate into one, sir.
Welcome. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. The 2 issues, Mr. Mayor and Council, one of them is, let me start with the police department and the chief. And I know that we're getting both sides of the coin here, but either we want a strong police force or we don't. I think something should be said for an inside chief. We've been hiring out, and we keep losing. Chief McBride has been here almost 30 years, worked his way up through the ranks, knows the city, knows us, works with the community. He's almost at everything there is. In addition to that, over the holidays, many of the command staff was gone home. It was so quiet in PD you could hear a mouse licking ice. But I went in there, and guess who was on the job? Chief McBride was in his office, while many of us were out for the holidays. In addition to that, we had a huge rave here, everybody knows. I got a chance to tour the community, got a chance to look back what used to be called the Valley, back in the back, to see what was the homeowners' issues back around the backside of it. The command team, the sergeants, the full-blown staff was on the ground doing their job, and blew my mind. By the time I made it back to the command center, the chief of police was in the command center at the rave. This has never happened before, from Chief Gonzalez all the way up. I think that Chief McBride has paid his dues. With respect to our friends who cry for diversity, I agree with that. But I don't think that diversity should trump competency. And I want to say a word about Chief McBride's and his current team. I did evaluate the numbers while everybody was screaming about the raise. I did take the numbers that were in the report, and we took a look at this in Police Commission also, but I took a look at this, and you know what it comes down to? $2.40 an hour is about what it equates to. $2.40 is really about what we're talking about. When I looked at the rest of the budget, I had 2 items, so you're going to give me the extra time, right, sir? Thank you. When I looked at the rest of the budget, I remember it was proposed that this mayor and council would spend $165,000 to hire a firm from Chicago, of all places, to tell us how to do policing. The council rejected that, and then we have a management now that we should give a chance. In addition to that, today's agenda asks for almost $700,000 settlement with Burtech, $700,000 for concrete, $700,000 potentially for camera repair. I have 2 slips in, sir.
Go ahead with 30 seconds, sir. Go ahead and wrap up your comments.
Thank you. And the Burtech issue is a result of money spent by the last administration. So here I have $2.1 million on concrete, trash, and cameras, and we're arguing over $2.60 an hour increase to our police department an hour. Something's wrong with that picture to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our final speaker for this evening is, I have Killian Dalton. He or she present? Killian Dalton. Okay, all right. Seeing none, we'll move on to our city manager. Ms. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First, before we get started, I'd like to introduce you to our three new executive team members. If they could stand up. We've got Kristen Jensen. She's our new Public Works Director, and she started in the beginning of December, and we're happy to have her. And we've got Adelia Evelyn, and she goes by Eddie, and she's our new HR Director. She just started this Monday, along with our new Chief Deputy City Clerk. We've got Genevieve Rocha, who goes by Genevieve, and we're happy to have all of them.
We welcome our new executive team, and we're excited to work and collaborate with our employees, and we're excited for your leadership, and we wish you many, many years of service to our city, and we thank you for your service and your public service already to various other cities. So thank you and welcome to our city. At this time, we will go into our staff reports at the request of Councilman Nickel with no objections. We'll hear item number 26, I believe. Is that right, Councilman?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, item number 26, and Ms. City Manager, we'll hand it over to you.
And Mike Huntley's going to make his way up.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, the item in front of you tonight is a consideration for annexation of the remaining unincorporated island of land abutting the Spring Trails specific plan area. So to provide some background, in March of 2013, the City of San Bernardino approved the Spring Trails specific plan that included a variety of entitlements. The specific plan approval approvals included the adoption of a resolution that certified the final environmental impact report, the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. It also approved a general plan amendment. It also approved a tentative track map and also a development agreement to approve the project, as we are aware, is called the Spring Trails specific plan. In March of 2015, the applicant, Montecito Equities LTD, filed a landowner petition for the annexation of the Spring Trail specific plan area with the San Bernardino County LAFCO. Since that time, the applicant's been working with LAFCO to process their application. During the processing of the annexation, there was a 26-acre area, which actually includes 6 parcels, that was actually removed from the annexation process. Initially, when the application was submitted, it did include this 26-acre area, but subsequent to concerns associated with potentially not getting the annexation approved, they opted to remove that 26-acre area from the annexation request that was being reviewed by LAFCO. So as such, the item went to LAFCO. As part of your packet, I've included all the information from the hearings with LAFCO and all the background information as well for the council as well as the public. As part of their consideration, the San Bernardino LAFCO did actually approve the annexation on October 16th of 2019. However, as part of the annexation, they added some additional conditions to the annexation. More specifically for the council and the public's benefit, they did add a condition of approval that did require that the mayor and the city council for the city of San Bernardino adopt a resolution confirming its intent to annex the unincorporated island area into the city sometime in the future. So really what LAFCO is looking for is council to take action, adopt a resolution that would say at some point the city would consider going back and considering this 26-acre area. If council does actually approve the resolution tonight, there's a direction to direct the city manager to deliver the resolution to the executive officer for LAFCO. Within your packet, we do include those conditions of approval. I do want to point out that we're bringing this in front of you based on a request that came from the property owner and the developer for this. That request is included as part of your packet. And then if you need more clarity in regards to what LAFCO's condition included, the applicant did submit an additional request for clarity through LAFCO. That's included as part of their attachment that was submitted to City Council. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, about 3 months ago, we had one of our community discussions up in the North End, and we were overwhelmed with the response of residents from this area. More than 60 individuals showed up at that meeting to voice their concern about the annexation that took place in October. October, right? October was when the LAFCO decision?
You're correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I do want to read into the record some of the concerns that the residents have regarding this 26-acre annexation, and then I do have a question for you, Mr. Huntley. But there were 5 items specifically that the residents of this area have raised as concerns related to any annexation of this 26 acres. First of all, the area will require a major increase in the need for city services such as code, police, and fire. With money as tight as it is and staff has been cut, this is a concern. Staff will be stretched and there will be less services to other wards due to this annexation. Number 2, tax monies from the new homes will not be realized until full build-out and could take many years, and services will be required immediately. Taxes will go to the county fire and are not enough to pay for the services that will be rendered by the city. The city will have to subcontract additional services, such as remediation of any mud flows to roads and so forth. And for constant road maintenance such as this, there are extreme flood and mud flows in the rainy seasons that must be accounted for, again, dollars that are not funded in the city budget. The area has burned twice in the last 16 years, and the only 2 access roads are built on the San Andreas Fault. This will create liabilities for the city and the possible loss of life of those residents of this area. All fire mitigation measures are contingent upon code inspection and adherence, and there are limited code staff available to do this. Hence, there will not be the necessary mitigation, and thus there will be a risk posed by the fire danger. And finally, the 6 parcels that compose this 26 acres, the owners of those parcels submitted letters, nearly 22 letters if I recall, and those individuals who are subject to the annexation submitted these signed letters to LAFCO expressing their opposition to this annexation. So even if we were to move forward with this annexation, the likelihood of approval is very minimal. They do not want to be taken into the city. Now, that being said, I do have a question, Mr. Huntley. My understanding, or what I would like some clarity on, is what would be the effect of either a decision or no decision to approve the resolution to move forward with a potential future action and annexation? And what would be that effect on the city's ability to engage in future annexations?
Councilman Nichols, so as part of clarity, like I indicated before, there's a letter that was issued by LAFCO, and for LAFCO to proceed with completing the annexation, what they have indicated in the condition and through their letter is that for LAFCO to issue what's called a certificate of completion, they would need the city to, execute a resolution committing at some point in the future to annex this area. Based on my understanding, if the mayor and city council opt not to take this action, then LAFCO will not issue the certificate of completion, which means at this point this area is not going to be annexed into the city. And then in regards to, I believe, the latter question you asked also, what does that mean for future annexations? There was some back and forth in the correspondence also that indicated that if the city does not pursue this, they may opt to put a hold on future annexations. But I may want to also refer that to our legal counsel as well if Sonia has anything else. Otherwise, I think I've answered the question.
I mean, I think I look at each individual application for annexation to be evaluated on its own merits. So if you're asking if we don't do this, how does that impact future applications? I would say they would stand alone, don't have any specific information, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
My understanding is LAFCO has stated that the city would be prohibited from any future annexation if we do not approve this resolution. Or is it that or does that apply to whether or not we actually do proceed at some point in the future? Is it indefinite? I mean, could we, in theory, put this off for 50 years? As long as we pass a resolution that says at some point in the next century we will engage in an annexation, then that addresses that matter, and there's no consequence in terms of future annexation?
Yeah, and that's really what the applicant was trying to get clarity from LAFCO when the staff reviewed their action also. And again, our understanding is that the council has to take action that at some point in the future. What does that mean? Does it mean a month? Does it mean 3 years? Does it mean 50 years? Really, it's not clear. So it just says at some point in the future.
And until we take that action, are we prevented from engaging in future annexations?
I hate to.
Yeah, and this is some of the lack of clarity I have, the lack of clarity our residents have. I don't know. I've been asked this question, and I don't have a response, and it sounds like at this point none of us really do. So I don't know what we've been directed to do and what the consequence of action or failing to act will be. And furthermore, even if we pass the resolution, what are we committing ourselves to in terms of a timeline? And if we fail to follow that timeline, what are the consequences? And like I say, the residents have already made it clear they have no real intent to annex. So I don't know how this is going to move forward. I'm very concerned about what we've now got ourselves into and what this means for the city going forward and what consequences we'll have. So with that, I will defer back the balance of time, but I would like to enter into the record the comments that were submitted to me by the residents.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mulvihill.
You know, it's my impression that the residents and my concerns are the availability or lack thereof of infrastructure, that there's always been problems of drainage, and there's really been no attempt on the part of the developer or anyone to actually put in the adequate drains that are necessitated. Thus they talk about mud flows and so forth. And also to the access routes. As I remember, Myers Road in some places is just like a 2-lane, very poorly maintained asphalt surface, which really would limit any fire equipment or any other kind of equipment in residences' vehicles. So it seems to me that in thinking about when this might take place, we have a general plan coming up. And one of the things with the general plan is a projection of infrastructure and some sort of a way of getting to that point. So it seems to me if LAFCO, again, I'm not quite sure what their interpretation of this is and just what they're trying to get at. But it seems to me if we had it in our general plan that we were planning on providing the adequate infrastructure through development impact fees or bond financing, which right now are pretty limited given our bankruptcy reasons. But the point is, I think that we might satisfy LAFCO and obviously the problems that are there today, the limitations. It's a high fire area. Because there is no drainage, you do have the mud flows and so forth. I would just say that in our general plan revision that we address those particular issues and recognize the fact that if LAFCO should come back and say, when are you going to annex this? Well, we'll annex this when, the general plan, we have it written in our general plan, and there's capital improvements program that will be evolved from it, and at some future date. And obviously, general plans are that specific at some future date. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Staff, is there any response? Seeing none, all right, let's move it back to council members. What's the pleasure of the council on this matter? We have a motion and a recommendation on the floor. It's the pleasure of the council.
Why don't we, shall I move the table of the issue?
I will second that.
The item is moved to table with a second by Councilman Nickel. Well, discussion points for the council members. Council members. All right, if members cast their votes on the move to table the matter.
On item 26, the motion to table passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on to item number 5, election of the Mayor Pro Tem. Open the nominations for a member of the City Council to serve as Mayor Pro Tem until the second regularly scheduled City Council meeting in December of 2020. The Chair will recognize Mayor Pro Tem Basine Richard. Ma'am?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening to everybody, Mayor, members of City Council, City Manager, City staff, and the audience. I would like to express my appreciation for the honor of allowing me to serve as your Mayor Pro Tem. What an honor it has definitely been. I want to send a special thanks to the council members that selected me to serve. Thank you guys all again for the nomination. This has been an amazing year for me and for the city of San Bernardino. As your Mayor Pro Tem, I have definitely seen a lot, and I've definitely learned a lot. Since December of 2018, we have seen positive things happen in our city. With the help of Assembly Member James Ramos, we received funding to update our general plan. We organized our police department into localizing district commands. We applied for a grant for park improvements at Seacom Lake, moving the plans for the Carousel Mall project forward, and the Eastgate project at the airport. San Bernardino has come a long way this year, but we still have a long way to go. With all of these positive things, I believe that San Bernardino is on the rise. To keep the momentum going, I recommend Councilmember Theodore Sanchez to serve as our next Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you guys again for allowing me to serve.
Motion for Councilman Sanchez. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. If members would please cast their votes. Figueroa, second.
On item 6, the motion was made by Ms. Richard. It was seconded by Mr. Figueroa, and it passes 5-2 with Ms. Ibarra and Mr. Mulvihill voting no.
Congratulations, Councilman Sanchez. You're our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'd like just a brief moment to thank all those who supported my nomination, and to extend an offer to those who may not have voted for me, that I want to take this year and my tenure as a Mayor Pro Tem to earn your trust in my capacity as the Mayor Pro Tem. So I appreciate all of you. I intend to work very closely with all my colleagues here and to move our city forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, it's a delight to work with you as your mayor. We're excited to complement all the pro-growth, pro-strategies that you and I have discussed in conference, and it's a delight to work with you this year on administrative matters, sir, and so we wish you the best on your term. Moving on to item number 6, the authorization to issue a 10-day notice of termination of federal advocates for federal legislative advocacy. The recommendation is that the mayor and city council authorize the city manager to issue a 10-day notice of termination to federal advocates pursuant to Section 21 of the agreement between the city and federal advocates, and to direct the city manager to negotiate these matters. Councilman Nickel?
I would simply like to move that we terminate this agreement.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Councilman Charette.
I certainly support this. Again, I'm very concerned about the staff report that says savings, because there was absolutely no savings ever. I guess if you start from this point, yeah, there's savings. But that's just as phony of a story as ever could be told in this city, and very, very disappointing. We should have never hired this firm in the first place. He was pushed by the mayor. He was fourth on the list. He's under federal FBI investigation. We don't need those advocates under the current circumstances. The savings was supposed to come from the reduction in salaries from the city attorney and city clerk. That absolutely backfired. We tried to do that. It didn't work. We lost in court. We're making them whole and beyond. We don't know the final outcome of that. So there was never any savings and never any money for this. It was all outside of our general fund budget. And so I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with ending this contract. I am not supportive of a advocate at the state level, at least a lobbyist type advocate at the state level or the federal level. We have a congressman that we should be partnering with at the federal level. We have an assemblywoman and a senator at the state level. We have the League of California Cities as an advocate for us. With no money in our budget, we have no business hiring outside lobbyists, and I haven't seen a single thing come of any of them to this point. And it was argued that they would be bringing us grants and other things. And I predict that when we finish out the full term of the lobbyist in California, we won't see anything there. I do not support. I don't know if your motion includes directing a city manager to negotiate with Townsend as the #1 federal advocate, but I do not support hiring anybody at this time. Let's just end this and move on until we get a new budget and can get at least a mid-year budget, but even then I won't be supporting any kind of lobbyist.
Councilman Charette, you raise a very important point. Yes, the recommendation from the floor is by Councilman Nichols to terminate the contract, period. Councilman Mulvihill.
I have to agree with Councilman Charette, taking issue with the note that it would provide a savings. Well, this is the most costly savings that I've ever seen. It evolved from the reduction of the salaries of the city attorney and the city clerk, which to me, you have two dedicated, honest, elected officials who've been treated very shabbily and put up to really very degrading, as if they were worthy of having their salaries reduced. Oh, just because you don't have that much time left, and we need this money for a legislative advocate. From my point of view, it's very shabby actions, and I'm very sorry that it's taken place. Thank you.
Very good. If there's no more discussion, members would please cast their votes.
Well, just clarification on the motion.
Councilman.
Yeah, and I'll be willing to clarify for my colleague, Mr. Charette. This is to terminate the contract and not seek any federal advocate, period.
Members would please cast their votes. There's a second.
On item 6, the motion was made by Mr. Nichols, seconded by Mr. Sanchez, to terminate the contract and not seek a federal advocate, and the item passes 7-0.
Very good. Thank you. Item number 7, oral report, public safety updates from both our police and fire. The city manager.
Acting Chief McBride will be giving you the update on police safety, and then we have Chief Mejia will be giving you the second half on fire.
Point of order, Mayor.
Sparrow.
Just real quick, Ms. City Manager, if you have these available, I know this was not in the agenda packet, and people who are in the audience who would like a copy, we were told that there's several available, so please come get one, and they will be included in the future agenda.
And if we don't have enough, we can certainly get them to them if they give us our name, and we're going to be posting it online. The presentation got done late today, so it didn't get included with your agenda backup. But we can
Correct.
certainly get anyone
I
a
remember,
copy.
and a couple, like a month ago, I brought information on the animal shelters, on totally unrelated, but the fact that I had items for our council members at the dais and for city manager, and I was told that it had to be on the agenda.
So, Mayor, if I just may address that issue, the Brown Act says that if you're going to make documents available that's going to be part of the council's deliberation or discussion, those documents have to be made available, immediately available to all members of the public. On that item, there was a full agenda report, and there were items in that report. In this item, it's an oral report, so it's been announced to the public that it's going to be an oral report. The PowerPoint to facilitate that oral report wasn't completed till today, so those examples are completely separate and different. In the future, if council members want to distribute documents to their colleagues, and I know some of you have done that before, you have given those items to the city manager or the clerk and have asked that they be distributed as part of the packet. But you can't, as council members, show up at a meeting and want to introduce documents. This is not that case. This is an oral report on your agenda, and this is a PowerPoint presentation, notwithstanding that city manager has committed to making it available to everyone, including on the website.
So a point of clarification, if I may. So in the case that Sandra referred to, our council member Ibarra referred to, if she would have vocalized portions of that information, that could have been added to the public record and the recording, and that would have been fine, correct?
If she had either submitted it as part of a public comment so that it was distributed along with the agenda, if she had come to the meeting with copies available, with enough copies available, or if that item was going to be printed as part of the posted to the website. But the rule is that you are not using this document to have a conversation tonight. You are receiving an oral report. But if you were going to use a document as part of your conversation to make a point or to have a dialogue, those documents have to be available to all members of the public. This is an oral report tonight. You're not going to be asked to take any action on this. It's an oral report. But that's the difference.
It's nice for the audience.
So
to
if a
have
city
copy.
council member shows up at a meeting and wants to pull an I gotcha or here's a document, that document has to be made available to everyone in the public for transparency purposes.
Okay, let's go ahead. Yes, Councilman Shrek.
Just a clarification, we did agree a while back that all PowerPoints that were going to be in a meeting would be available prior to the meeting. Was this one? Did I understand you to say
You're
that?
absolutely correct, and we've been doing that. Unfortunately, this
one
wasn't
was
done
not.
until today. That's correct.
This one was not.
It wasn't done
And we
until
all
today.
had agreed previously that any PowerPoints by staff
And we do try to do that
would
when
be
we can.
available and online so that the public would be able to view them ahead of time.
And we will make sure that it's put up on the website tomorrow.
Okay, let's get right into the update and our interim police chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Common Council. Just for point of clarification, the reason why it took so long is typically it takes almost a month to finalize the crime statistics from the previous month. So the crime analyst unit was crunching numbers up to the last minute. We put a lot of pressure on them to get these numbers done, and I have to say they did a phenomenal job, but it took basically every last minute that they had to get that done. So, they put a lot of work into that. So start off with the year-end report. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide you this report. And we want to start off first with all of our favorite subject, animal control. We did quite a bit of a work last year in animal control, and last year we actually adopted out 2,436 dogs during the year, 1,410 cats rather, and 80 other animals. Those ran the gamut of you name it. We've got it down there at the animal shelter. They end up down there anywhere from horses to pigs to I've seen turkeys down there. So you name it goes down there with a total adoption of nearly 4,000 animals. So, and I was one of those. I adopted a cat last year, and I think Captain Affronti adopted a dog last year. So even our staff, we work day in and day out down there. We see what goes on, and we feel the animals as much as the public does, and we actually adopt quite a few animals to our employees. So great job to the Animal Control Unit down there during the year. Next, I want to talk about volunteer services. One team that I want to highlight that's done a phenomenal job since we just started it a few years ago was the CERT team. They actually have 77 members on the CERT team, and they do quite a bit of fundraising for themselves. It's totally self-sustaining unit in the city. The city provides no funds to the CERT team. They've gone through the year, and I think they put on the turkey trot that you're now familiar with, along with some other events throughout the year to raise money for that program, and they do a great job. We do have 11 chaplains in our chaplain corps. Those have become very important for us when we have critical incidents where someone has a loss of a family member or something like that. They actually go out there and meet with the family, help them do that process, the grieving process, and they've been a great part of our team. Explorers, we have 43 Explorers. That's our kind of our pathway program. We talk a lot about creating pathways for youth in the community to law enforcement, and this is one way to introduce youth to the police department by having them become Explorers in our Explorer program, and then potentially cadets, and then hopefully transition at some point to becoming police officers. And they have that pathway from a very young age until they become a young adult, and then hopefully a police officer. We have 12 reserve officers in the city that work with us. A lot of them have been long-time reserves for the city, and they contribute a lot of assistance to the police department. We have 11 volunteers in the station that help with various functions, some clerical primarily, and some go out there and do some other things in the city as well that help us out. We've had 23 emergency responses from our volunteers. When we have incidents, they respond out and assist. And then 84 community events where our volunteers have gone out and assisted the police department in anything from traffic control to manning roadblocks and stuff like that. They do a phenomenal job, and we can't do everything we do without all of our volunteers and support personnel. The community affairs program is very robust. One of the things we like to highlight is our Police Activities League. We actually, I've talked about it before, we actually partner with the school district, and we go out there and pick kids through the Youth Justice Court, and we partner with them to go out there and take them on youth camping trips. We take a group of young boys and a group of young girls out to camp. The last couple of years we've taken them to Silverwood. It's a great experience for the kids, and that's part of that pathway too. We hope that they come back and become counselors, and then change where their path that they're going and become productive members of the community. And then we also have a scholarship program or scholarly program where we have kids from the community that are scholars, and they do very well in the school programs. And we have a leadership program that we help them go through, and we have that every summer. In addition to that, we partnered this year with Piles Boys Camp, which is a youth camp for disadvantaged and low-income boys from the ages of 12 to 15, low-income at risk. We sent 12 kids to that camp for 2 weeks at no cost whatsoever to those kids and their families. That was something we hadn't done before. We'd never partnered with Powell's Boys Camp, but I have to say that I called them. I am an alumni of that boys camp, and I was able to call them, and because of my relationship, the fact that when I was 14 years old, I went to their camp, they offered us up 12 spots, and we were able to send youth from San Bernardino that have never had anybody from the county go to that camp. And it's up in the Sequoias, and it's a great experience for those young boys in the summer. Our personal training unit has been very, very active this last year. Obviously, we want to try to stay as close to our authorized numbers for police officers as we can. This gives a historical perspective from 2008, 2009 for the number of officers authorized, and then actually the number of officers filled. As you can see, we're allocated 254 officers right now, and as of January, we actually had 249 police officers with the police department. Of course, that number fluctuates. We have officers coming, we have officers retiring, we have officers leaving to go to other organizations, but it creates quite a bit of work to fill those positions. I want to say that during this last year, we actually hired 32 law enforcement trainees. 13 of those 32 had actually local roots, whether they grew up in the city, they went to the school in the city, or they actually came here to Cal State San Bernardino, were students here and then graduated and sought careers in law enforcement with the city of San Bernardino. We actually now are seeing far more applicants with local roots due to our recruiting efforts than we've ever seen before. With that, I have to say that we've started some different techniques to try to attract candidates. We contacted over 4,000 candidates through social media, and of that, we received 3,687 applications. We conducted 237 interviews, and then 89 people were background investigated. All that was done just to get to that 32. So you can see that there's a lot of work that goes into just be able to find 32 people. But that's been a program that is ongoing, and we're making great strides in hiring people with local roots and getting people to come to San Bernardino. Just want to talk, we often talk about grants and pursuing money from grants for different programs. So I want to talk a little bit about grants that we've received for the police department over the last year. We were awarded in 2019 $625,000 for the COPS program, $485,000 for the Office of Traffic Safety, so those are the DUI checkpoints, the seatbelt, distracted driving, so forth and so on that goes out there, and we do that. We received $1.2 million from the San Manuel Indian Casino for the that area up there. We received $38,000 from the Homeland Security Grant Program and $30,571 for Emergency Management Performance Grant, for a total of almost $2.4 million in grants for the police department for various different programs. Some examples of things that we purchased with some of those grants, as it just identifies that money, is we were able to fund 4 regular police officers and 2 community service officers through the San Manuel area grant. And we were able to purchase 18 automatic license plate readers for intersections, and those track the license plates that go through that area. And we were able to purchase a regional incident management apparatus, or simply a command post for critical incidents. And you have the diagram there of what that will look like in the future. The forensic unit was busy. The forensic unit is often those people that go out to crime scenes and collect latent prints and take photographs and stuff like that. During 2019, they handled nearly 3,600 calls for service. They were able to lift 240 latent prints. And you have to understand that every time a forensic person goes out there, they attempt to locate latent prints. That doesn't mean that they always are able to find any that are workable. But they were able to collect 240 latent prints that were sent to Cal ID to be analyzed. Of those, 229 came back with a named suspect from those prints. So when we can find those fingerprints, we're able to identify suspects from those. Our case filing unit, which is a new unit, we talked about that a little bit last year. The DA's office now is asking for discovery and a lot of other items up front when we file cases versus later when just before trial starts. And so then we have a lot of evidence to go through. Body-worn camera footage has to be reviewed and submitted along with the case filing. So there's a lot of work that goes into that. And we actually formed a unit to be able to do that work. As a result of that unit, since just August of last year, they fulfilled 3,516 requests for discovery and has submitted over 2,800 cases for prosecution. So while that unit is not huge, they carry a huge burden, and that's civilian employees of the police department that handle not the sworn employees. So that takes a lot of burden. A lot of it's just processing paperwork. It's not something that necessarily requires a police officer to do. So we're able to augment that with our professional staff who take care of those requests and then leave a police officer to go out and do the police officer related types of duties. One thing I want to talk about big time, and this has been a benefit of the reorg. So we talked a little bit about the reorganization of the police department. With that, it wasn't just going to community-oriented policing, but it was also forming some proactive units that go out there and help solve crimes. So last year we had a total of 46 criminal homicides in the city of San Bernardino. From January 1st to June 30th, our clearance rate was 47%. The clearance rate means the percentage of suspects that were either arrested or named as a result of a crime. So when you don't really have the investigative resources to invest where you should, you don't have a lot of time to follow up and do a lot of investigation. You know, part of a community policing is we're out there, we're talking to members of the community, we're developing those relationships which help us develop more information. So from July 1st to December 31st, our clearance rate went from 47% to 78%. That's huge. So of those homicides that were committed, we identified the latter part of the year, from when we did the reorg, 78% of the homicide cases were cleared, for a total during 2019 of a clearance rate of 61%. So you can see the dramatic changes of the results that we've had from the reorganization of the department. That's huge. You know, a lot of talk goes, and you hear people out there sometimes in the community say, hey, people say go to San Bernardino and commit crime because you're never going to get caught. That right there shows you, especially after we reorg the department, that if you go and commit a homicide in the city of San Bernardino, we're going to get you. We're going to go out there, we're going to find you, we're going to arrest you, we're going to identify you. And that's just proven by those results right there. Here we just want to rehash, of course, the district commands as you're familiar with those. Those are the district commanders. I just want to rehash that again. The Western District is Lieutenant Michelle Mahan. Northern District, Lieutenant Jennifer Carell. Eastern District, Lieutenant Eric Fivey. Central District, Lieutenant Brian Harris. And the Southern District, Lieutenant Michael DeSavage. So one thing I want to talk about, you notice that there's two officers here wearing white shirts, and you probably haven't seen that in quite some time. And that's as a result of the reorg. As we get our staffing up, we finally have got to the point where we can actually implement a bicycle-mounted enforcement team. And they're working downtown, they're wearing their white shirts, and they're here with their bikes, probably parked somewhere near here. And that's something that's going to be downtown. You're going to see them, they're going to be very visible. They're going to have to be and making an impact on the community downtown. And I think that you'll see, and you'll probably hear about the results of their efforts out there. And then recently, as part of the reorg, as we finally get our staffing up, we're having 7 officers, if everything turns out right, come off training in February. What that'll mean is that we actually just flew notices with this week alone to stand up the beginning stages of a VICE team, something that we haven't had along with the bike team for a long, long time. And as you know, it's pretty visible. There is a human trafficking problem in the community, and we haven't really been able to pay too much attention to that, but we view it as a vital issue in the community that we need to resolve, and so we're finally going to be able to stand up the first stages of a VICE team here in the very, very near future. I think you'll see a big impact from that.
Was that 7 members of the VICE team?
VICE, we're going to have ultimately 7 people on a VICE team, but we're having 7 trainees come off of training. So as we get officers up through the training program and standalone police officers, that allows us to backfill on patrol and stand up these new units.
Because you were talking about bike teams and then VICE teams. So
yes, we have 2 officers assigned to the bike team, and that just started this month. Actually, this week I think is their first week on patrol. And then we're going to be standing up a VICE team, so a bike and VICE team. So for the operation of the district command, you know, they've been very, very busy out there. I think in the past you might have seen some impacts, people going to community meetings and stuff in only part of the city. But with the reorganization of the police into the community and policing districts, you're seeing that spread across every district in the police department, which touches every ward in the city. So of their efforts during and remember that they were only started in the last 6 months of the year, they've actually made 301 business contacts, over 2,000 citizen contacts. They've conducted 24 prostitution operations just in the last 6 months. And when I talk about UCR stats, you'll see something about that on there. They completed over 3,725 CRMs. They made 180 felony arrests, 457 misdemeanor arrests. They impounded 375 vehicles. They did 245 park patrols, and they completed or assisted on 508 calls for service to augment patrol when they needed the assistance. The next slide is about homelessness in the community. We all know that that's a pretty visible problem, not only in the city of San Bernardino, but across the state of California. The quality of life activities, of course, we've maintained that, and it's spread across every district in the police department or ward in the city as well. And during the last 6 months that they've been doing this, they've made over 3,000 homeless contacts, and have actually removed over 1,000 encampments. And so what's important about that is you look at these pictures up there. On the right, you see it's 211 East 9th Street, what it looked like before. There's a lot of people camping out, or you see some encampments, and then what it looks like after the fact when we cleaned it. Now I want to point to the picture on the left. I want to identify the community, but it's a far better funded city, and they've allowed a whole city block for people to take residence, and it's just crowded. We're not allowing that in the city of San Bernardino. I don't think you can go anywhere and see that in the city of San Bernardino. And you oftentimes hear that we're not doing anything about these camps and stuff like that, but we're actually going out there and making a lot of contacts. We're removing a lot of stuff, and that's not just the police department. So we partner with Public Works, and they go out there and they do the lion's share of that pickup of the trash and stuff like that. And it's just a team effort in the community and the police department with our city partners and Public Works going out there, and that's on a daily basis. If we have 5 districts, each district gets the Public Works team to go out there and clean it up, and so that's spread across the city, and that's something you haven't seen in the past. Every ward is, and every community policing district in the city is being touched by that. I think it's making a difference. One thing I want to hear is the response times for the police department, and just kind of go over the priorities. Priority E is immediate life-threatening emergencies. Priority 1 is a very serious threat to bodily injury, felonies, and serious crimes in progress. Priority 2 is potentially serious calls such as in progress and misdemeanors. And priority 3 is possibly hazardous conditions or disturbances of no known immediate danger. And as you can see, we had a slight decrease in the calls for service. Less than a minute increase in response to priority E, a decrease in priority 1, and you see an increase in priority 2 and 3. And one thing I want to talk about that. So when we focus in, kind of like when you look at the homicide rates. So I saw the clearance rate go through the roof in the last part of the year. And then you see here that the response times have gone up. And the lower priority calls, we're still responding to the priority E and priority 1s just as quick as we always have. But it's really about quality over quantity. And when your focus is on response times on those lower priority calls, it's really the wrong metric. You shouldn't really be focusing on that. That's just telling officers to go out there, take the report as fast as you can, and go to the next one, not solve anything. It's kind of like when you go out there and you look at your car and you wonder why every 3 months you got to put new tires on your car. Well, you can put new tires on your car every 3 months. You can fix the alignment. And this is about fixing the alignment and solving the problem that's behind the crime that's occurring in the community. So what we're asking officers to do is spend a little bit more time on those calls, those lower priority calls, to conduct a thorough investigation so we can identify suspects. We can raise that clearance rate, because it's a common theme in law enforcement, a thought that 10% of your criminals commit 90% of the crime. So if we can solve those crimes and take those criminals off the street, we're going to affect those numbers. And we think quite possibly that the reduction in the calls for service and in crime that you're going to see is as the fact that we're actually taking an effort to go solve crimes. We haven't done that in a long, long time. We've been pretty much an agency that's gone out there, taken the report, and gone on the next call as quick as we can. And that's not solving anything. That's just perpetuating the problem that's occurring. And but also kind of dovetailing to that is, as you know, we're trying to stay up on our recruitment. So throughout the year, at one given time, we actually had 25 trainees in the training for the police department. And so that's 25% of our patrol force. We have a little over 100 officers assigned to patrol. That meant 25% of those officers had a trainee. So when they go out there on these calls, those lower priority calls, they actually have to train them. They have to take a little bit longer on their calls. They have to walk them through that process so they learn how to resolve that crime, how to investigate it thoroughly. So it's kind of like we want our officers to spend more time to solve crime, and so we can get those crooks off the street. But also we're in a training mode where we're training a lot of officers, so it takes a little bit more time to get through those calls. Next thing I want to talk about is marijuana. During the course of the last 6 months, we issued 30 ACPs. We're pursuing both civil and criminal action against operators and owners of those locations. With the assistance of the city prosecutor, we work hand in hand with the city prosecutor on those cases. And we've dismantled a couple grow operations, all resulting in the closure of 14 dispensaries across the city in the last 6 months. Now, that is a work in progress. Marijuana it's been decriminalized. Even selling marijuana is a misdemeanor without a permit. So it doesn't have the teeth that it once had when we go out there and arrest people. And oftentimes it's really viewed as a permitting issue versus a criminal issue. And the district attorney has recently filed 2 misdemeanor cases for dispensaries, and a kind of wait and see process of where that goes. Hopefully they are successful and they kind of set the stage or how they're going to prosecute those in the future. And our goal is if we can write and arrest people for that, we will, and have successful prosecution, get those to close down. That's the goal. Obviously, there's some strategy on how we want to do things. Obviously, there's another way that we can do it working with the city attorney's office, but we're going to see how we go through the ACP process and the abatement through the ACPs. So we'll see how that works out. Hopefully it works out, and hopefully the state of California takes some action to close some loopholes and not make it so easy for people to actually avoid following the law on this. I don't think it was very well implemented by the state of California. It's causing a lot of problems, not only in the city of San Bernardino, but pretty much every jurisdiction out there in the state, just like with the homeless issue. The Operation Division, which is patrol, during the year, as you can see, that arrests are slightly down, but the citations are up. So you see a change, and some of that is reflective of the laws and changes. So you're going to see more citations than arrests where people are booked just because of the changes in classifications of laws. But they're out there working. Overall, crime is down as far as the total numbers. So officers are doing a good job. Now here's the Part 1 UCR crimes I want to talk about. So as you can see, criminal homicide is down by 6% for the year. Forcible rape is down 9%. Robbery is down 7%. Aggravated assault is up 1.67%. Burglary is down 9%. Theft is up slightly. Theft, I think that number, quite honestly, you'll see across the state continue to rise as a result of people realizing that there's not very much teeth in the law to prosecute them for those thefts. I think people have catching on that, and you're starting to see those folks run into stores in the mall and grab armfuls of clothes and try to run out with it. That's common occurrence nowadays, and it's because of the changes in the law and what's happened up in Sacramento. Vehicle theft is down by 4%. Now here's something I want to point out for human trafficking, commercial sex is up 36%. Now that is because we're driving that number as a police department. So as I mentioned earlier, in the last 6 months of the year, our community-oriented policing teams have gone out there and conducted 24 vice operations. Well, as a result of those vice operations, we're contacting women who are being human trafficked, and we're completing reports to identify the person who is trafficking them. And so that's causing those reports to go up as a result of our proactive unit efforts. So I think you'll see that number continue to go up because we're actually going out there and contacting women who are being trafficked, therefore generating reports and as victims so we can pursue the people who are actually trafficking them. So that's well, I won't say any crime number going up is good. That is because we're actually affecting the human trafficking in the community. This is a 10-year look at both homicides and the overall crime index numbers for Part 1 crimes from 2010 to 2019. As you can see, the low was 30 at 31 in 2010, 2011. You actually see the overall crime index numbers were down, but you have to put it into context. And if you just look at the crime numbers and say, well, why were they down 10 years ago? Well, as you can see, we actually had about 100 more police officers when the crime numbers were the lowest. So there is a correlation to number of police officers, as long as you're using them effectively, and overall crime. And I think what we've done with our reorganization is we've put officers in the right positions to affect crime, and that's why you're starting to see things happen, because we're putting the right number of officers in the right place and having the appropriate amount of supervision and management to make sure those officers are being as efficient and effective as they can be. So I think those efforts are paying off. So that's just the 10-year numbers right there. And then it's kind of, I broke down the Part 1 UCR crimes into one line each, because this is, if you just looked at this number, it's kind of a lot of numbers, but this is broken down into different categories of those Part 1 crimes. And as you can see what those numbers are, but overall it's the same numbers. Crime is overall down for the year, and the numbers are looking pretty good. This number is our traffic unit. Our traffic unit was very busy. Unfortunately, we had as many traffic fatalities for the year as we did homicides, and that's a big number for traffic fatalities. We see a lot of vehicles versus pedestrian. A lot of it is, I think, transient related, wearing dark clothes, walking across the street in areas where it's not very well lit, and unfortunately, people are getting hit and they're being killed. We go out there and do a lot of traffic enforcement, but unfortunately, I don't know if the traffic enforcement would affect those types of traffic accidents, but they're occurring. The traffic unit also issued 5,000 citations, traffic citations. I know I probably would hear a collective moan from anybody back behind me that actually got one of those tickets, but we wrote 5,000 tickets, and then for all the citations they wrote actually 9,639 traffic citations last year. But with that, we did generate some revenue for the city from the traffic unit. From impound releases, we generated $456,000. Franchise fees, $327,000. Parking citations, $839,000. Private property impounds, $135,000. And through vehicle code fines, the city received $657,000 for a total of $2.4 million back to the city as a result of the traffic unit's efforts, and the police department in whole, because it is other officers out there in addition to the traffic unit doing that. Traffic unit, through the traffic safety grants, also conducted 12 DUI checkpoints, 16 DUI saturation patrols, 8 traffic enforcement details, 1 distracted driver program, 3 motorcycle safety programs, 45 pedestrian enforcement. So we are trying to make an effort to address those pedestrians in the roadway that are getting struck by cars. We did 15 traffic safety presentations, and that unit did over 9,811 traffic enforcement stops throughout the year. Next program is the K-9 program. In 2019, they conducted 19 community events, 13 public demonstration events. They found 24 suspects on their searches, and they recovered 5 firearms. The unit is composed of 4 canines, and 3 of those are both apprehension and narcotics detection trained. And for the first time ever, the police department has a dog that's not only trained for apprehension, but also trained for explosives. So we do have a dog that can actually go out there and check for explosives. That's the first time that we've ever had that in our city as a bomb dog. And as you know, with terrorism always on the back of everybody's minds when things happen, it's nice to have a dog that's here working in the city that can actually go out there and search for explosive devices when necessary. And that's the presentation for the police department. Before we move on to the fire department, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll open it up for council comments on the police. Before we begin, I want to send my deep appreciation to our police department for the very, very good work that we're doing, and we're seeing because in the result of city council action and the leadership here at the council level supporting our police department. What concerns and alarms me is more of the traffic division. I'm expressed to you in my conversation with the chief the importance of our traffic division. The increased fatalities from pedestrian standpoint, whether it's children. About 2 years ago, we had a fatality on Pacific Street, where there was a teenage kid that lost their life because of speeding and whatnot. And the increase, since I was a council member to present, we've seen an increase in those fatalities. I really would like our city manager and our city administrators to begin working on how to create more opportunities for that traffic division to increase. It's critical, it's important. I think there's deep correlation with when we have more motor cops out on the streets.
With that, Mayor, I mentioned the 7 officers that are coming off of training next month. Of that, besides the 2 officers, or 1 officer and a sergeant going to the vice team, we are sending an additional officer to the motor enforcement team, and we have plans as we have more officers come off training to augment that traffic unit with additional officers to grow that team. Because not only is it creating a safer environment for the motoring public in the city, but it's also a revenue generator as well.
And one of my discussion points with the 3 grant writers that our city is commissioned to search and look for grants is the opportunities for pedestrian crosswalk safeties, sidewalk safety improvements, curb and gutters and sidewalks for kids. Those are important, as each council district here represented understands the importance of having those safe routes to schools. And our Public Works Division, working in tandem with state grant and ATP grants that are soon fast approaching. We're very concerned about that, and certainly as mayor, I'm very concerned. I want to make sure that our kids get to school safely. They use the appropriate sidewalks and crosswalks to prevent these catastrophes for families and for our residents. So with that, I thank you, and we'll open it up. Council districts, we'll start. Councilman Sanchez, any comments, and we'll just go straight up.
No, none.
Councilmember Barr.
I actually do. I'm looking at the 2 items, the personnel and training, the numbers between 2018, 2019, and the response times. Is there a reason why response times increased drastically for priority 2 and priority 3? There was only like 7 officers difference between those 2 years. So I just want to get your feedback of why those increased.
As I mentioned in my presentation, we're actually asking officers on those lower priority calls to actually go out there and collect as much information, spend a little bit more time. This kind of goes back to the clearance rates with the homicide. We're making a concerted effort to go out there and do more investigations, more thorough investigations. So it takes a little bit more time. You know, it's not good enough just to go out there and take a report as fast as you can. We need to gather as much information so we can arrest people that are responsible for that crimes. 10% of the criminal element commit 90% of the crimes. So for every person that we can identify committing those crimes, we can resolve a lot more crimes. But also with that, I mentioned that we had at one given time, and for the majority of the year, we had a lot of trainees. At one given time, we had 25 trainees. So we have a little over 100 police officers that work patrol. That means that 1 out of every 4 officers had a trainee. So when they're out there on those lower priority calls, those are, you know, they're training people. So they got to take a little bit longer on those calls to walk them through the process. So you're almost taking 1 officer, 2 officers and making them 1 essentially. And so it's because they need to be trained. And so they're going to take a little bit longer on those lower priority calls.
Okay, so
the priority E and priority 1s, even if they're taking longer on that lower priority call, when that goes out, that's why you don't see that change too much. Because when those calls go out, if officers are still kind of almost done with their report, they're going to break away and respond to that priority E or priority 1 because it needs to have an immediate response. But they're going to take a little bit more time on those lower priority calls so they can gather enough information, but also train the individuals that they have with them.
So the difference between 2018 and 2019 is the fact that you had more that were in the training mode instead of being on their own to respond to low priority.
During 2018, we were carrying 20, 30 vacancies. We didn't have as many trainees, nearly as many. There wasn't really an effort to staff the police department with and fill the vacancies. We're making every effort we can to have actually someone in the academy that it's going to be finished when someone retires. And that's requiring us to have a lot of trainees. And then unfortunately, sometimes people that are working get concerned because of the rhetoric and they decide to leave the city. And that creates a vacancy where we have to backfill. So that's causing us to have a lot of trainees. But we're working through it. The officers are working very hard. And as you can see, there's some results. Even though response times have gone up, overall crime has gone down, and it's looking good.
Okay, another question I had is when we're looking at the number of homicides for 2016 is the number that came at me. Was there a reason, like, do you notice a pattern of why that specific year, why the homicides were especially higher on that one? And I'm looking at everything that they're averaging between 45, and this one was 62.
No, there's a lot of factors. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one particular year why the numbers are higher or lower. The trend has been around in the 40s, but back in the 90s, it was in the 80s. So it fluctuates, but there is a correlation. You know, if you're far more robust and you have proactive units out there, you can actually drive down the number, I think, as evident by 2010 and 2011. But you know, we're making strides this year. We're putting people in the right positions, and I think that's having an effect. Just on the clearance rate, you know, it's going to take a couple years to actually drive down, I think, the homicide rate. But what people are going to be seeing is that we're arresting by a far higher rate those that are committing the crimes. And that in itself, the word will get out that you don't come to San Bernardino and commit a crime, because if you do, you're going to get arrested.
And I believe those are all my questions. I do applaud you on the human trafficking, the advice that you're doing. We've got a long way to go, but you are out there and about. So thank you.
Councilman Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, anytime a person puts their life on the line for their job, it's, you know, there's nothing routine about that person's job. You know, it's very risky. And so I'm very appreciative of the work our law enforcement officers and fire as well, what they do every day. And I'm very appreciative of the work that they do. In regards to traffic, you know, I work in a hospital. I can't tell you how many times I see people coming in because it was a car versus a pedestrian, or that's countless times in one shift. I get page notifications for that, and that's not necessarily all coming in from San Bernardino. That's all over the place. And yes, by and large, the majority of them are, well, you know, transient people wearing dark clothing, things like that. I would like to. One of the requests that I do receive is increased traffic enforcement, particularly near the schools, the elementary schools, the junior highs, just the schools in general, is something that I do get a lot of requests for. There are a lot of safety concerns, especially for the school children, when their parents are walking them to their classes. So that is something that I would definitely like to see some additional enforcement on as well. But overall, I greatly commend a lot of the work that you and the officers really put in every day. Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
And with that, we are augmenting the traffic unit this month with an additional officer who's already motor trained, so he won't have to go through training. He'll be ready to go out there with a very minimal amount of refresher. And then as we get people through training, we can augment that. And we do want to grow that team. We actually want to double the size. As soon as we can, but it's actually determined on the number of people we get through training and backfill behind. So,
thank you.
Thank you. I know this report is talking about the past year, and back in June we started the COP program, the COPS program, and I think at that time we were promised district reports quarterly and have still not had one. So I know they're independent from this, but we haven't kept up with what we were led to believe that we would be having from that. When will we be seeing those district reports, their individual district reports, so that I can, for example, know how Ward 4 or that district is dealing with compared to, say, Ward 7 or another district?
we don't divide it into wards. We divide it into policing districts.
Okay,
which is
so 5 districts then,
yeah.
and those were going to be coming quarterly. So there should be, we should have already had 10 reports.
Those aren't going to be reports.
We've been over 2 quarters.
Those aren't going to be reports that we mentioned to the City Council. Those will be the district commanders in their districts providing those to the people who show up to those. But what we're also doing is, and it's a work in progress, is that we want to get that out there because a lot of people can't come to those community meetings. We're actually filming them so that we can put them online, so people who can't make it to those community meetings will be able to see that report.
So those kind of reports then that you're talking about are something that I guess I was under the misunderstanding that they were going to be presented to the council and to the management so that we would know on a quarterly basis without having to attend that meeting. I mean, I'm willing to do that. I'm not sure I know when it is or where it is, and if I'm remiss in not attending a meeting, then
those are going to be responsible for the district.
That's on me.
And those would be in their districts. And as I mentioned, we understand that you may not be able to make that meeting, and so that's why they're filming them in a several-minute video to be able to have it available to the public who can't actually go to the meeting.
Okay, but I don't think anyone's reached
Councilman,
out to
we-
me in terms of attending any of those briefings.
Councilman, we'd be happy to put it in the updates that I provide to you every other week. We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, all right. And then with regard to the numbers, and by the way, I appreciate everything that's in here. I appreciate all that the PD does. I know that we're stretched thin. We've talked about that here at the dais. It goes back to the budget and some transfers and some training, and some moving around of people that it was related to the COPS program. And again, as I counted, it was 17 officers that were basically taken off the street, either through budgeting positions, or it wasn't a promotion, but it was reclassification. And again, I think there may be a correlation between 17 officers going off the street and for whatever reason, and these traffic violations, these traffic incidences and things like that. I just don't think we have as many people on the street as we used to. We're talking about 249 as of January sworn officers, correct? That's sworn officers, not necessarily on the street. And I think that's critical. And I think I've been pretty vocal that I've not been real supportive of the substations and all that, because officers go to the station, they get in their car, and they go out and they do it. And I'm certainly supportive of them engaging with the community and doing all of that. But I'm still not real hep on the substations and that. I get the district and that. 7 people coming out of training is great. We're always chasing that number, because I would like to know if you have any idea or anticipation of retirements or transfers out or anything like that. So what's the net result of gaining 7 people out of training? Are they just backfilling those so that we never kind of get ahead? That's our intent. We go back to Measure Z and 350 cops, and we'd all like to have that back. And I hope we're working in that direction. But it seems like what we're doing is just chasing a number and never getting ahead. And I know there's a lot of reasons for that, but I just want to know what we're doing to try to watch for that, and if there is a way that we can get ahead. 1 transfers out, 1 comes in. 2 transfer out, 1 comes in. 2 come in, 3 transfer out. I make my point, I think.
We communicate a lot with our employees that are close to retirement, with our retirement age, so we kind of track and we get a good number on where we're going to be at and anticipate those retirements. One unknown sometimes is when people are going to leave the city and go somewhere else. We do get a little bit of a heads up, but with that being said, if someone is giving us a definitive retirement date, we actually, through our part-time salaries, place someone in the academy to time it so where when that person retires, we have someone come out of the academy. Unfortunately, we can't get ahead because we can't have more officers than we had budgeted. But, so we're always going to chase that number to some extent, because you're always going to have a vacancy.
I get budgets, and I understand budgets and public safety. I think I've said it in the 11 years I've been here. It's our #1 priority to provide public safety to our citizens, and we've spent money in other areas. I also believe, and again, this is probably a sore subject is the audit that we didn't do, the assessment of the department that the council didn't deem was necessary. And I've told people that was something that it was nothing more than to have, put an outside set of eyes on us, not to throw anybody under the bus or say we're not doing something right, but to have someone come in and say, you could tweak this a little bit and do this a little bit better. You could do this. You might try this because we've seen it work there. You're doing this great, so keep doing it. I'm afraid that it was looked at like just because it's our department, we know have all the answers. And I think any major organization is always looking to have outside help and assessment of what we're doing. We get complacent. I was on a board of directors of a $500 million corporation, a credit union, and I was on the audit committee, and we changed auditors every 3 years because we found ourselves getting very comfortable with the auditors. I was involved with the external auditors because an external auditor becomes comfortable with staff, and staff becomes comfortable with them. And then we just, not through anything nefarious, but we tend to start accepting things maybe that somebody that comes in with a fresh set of eyes might not. So I think that's important, and I think we really need to be looking at it. You know, we're an $80 million, $85 million department in a budget of, we can argue the numbers, $128 million, or after you take off the PERS expenses, it's $100 million. At any rate, PD is a big, big number, and I think we need to be looking at that. So those are some of my concerns. The traffic fatalities are very concerning to me, and I just wonder if that is, again, related to having enough cops on the street. And I know you're looking into all those things. Clearance rates, I see they've improved significantly on homicides. I'd be interested to know how they're doing in other areas, burglaries and things like that. And you talked about fingerprints, and that we identified a number of people due to those fingerprints. We identify them, and then I guess it's probably hard for you to determine what we actually did, whether it worked, whether we caught somebody and prosecuted them for it because we got those fingerprints or not. So clearance rates on all activities are pretty important. Of course, homicides are the biggest and most concerning. So those are my comments. Some of them are kind of questions and some are just comments, but I appreciate this report, and I'll do better in trying to follow up with the district updates on a quarterly basis, because I guess I've been kind of under the misunderstanding that they were going to be presented for us and the public, and apparently that's not really the case. So I'll follow up with you on that.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say that the clearance rate number is phenomenal. And I think that is an indication, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but I think it has to do with the way we've restructured, more or less. Is that what you attribute by and large to that increase?
It is absolutely the reason we've, plus we're making partners with the community, so we're receiving a lot more information than we have in the past. But we have a team that goes out there and seeks these people out. And the difference you're seeing is not only are we getting those people identified, but we're making arrests within a day or two in many cases of these homicides. Right. And as soon as we're identifying, we're out there, we're getting them in custody, and we're resolving that problem, which goes a long ways for clearance rate, but also for the closure to some extent for the families who are.
Once you've got a relationship in a community, the investigation process improves, I'm sure. So I think we are actually, my understanding was it takes some time to start seeing dividends on this kind of restructuring, but just based on the clearance rates alone, I think we're seeing some phenomenal outcomes based on a very short period of time since we've restructured. So appreciate the good work you're doing. I do have a quick question, though, on the UCR summary and then on the overall crime statistics that are provided. And I'll just focus on homicides. Now, if you could just provide some clarity just to improve my understanding of how those types of crimes are established, when are they established? Because I think, in my mind, what I'm trying to understand is reported crime versus established crimes. So my understanding is a UCR, a homicide is something that is established through the process of investigation, prosecution, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
No, homicide is if there's someone who has been killed at the hands of another, it's a homicide. Now, we may take it originally as a homicide, like the first homicide of last year we did it as a homicide, but then the DA looked at it and determined it was a self-defense.
And what happens to that number?
So it comes off, is you see it's still a homicide, but not a murder, so to speak. So it becomes justifiable. So that number changes.
So how does that number show up in the statistics then? Would it
As you
still be
see-
on the same 01A row for
You'll see-
murder and non-negligent manslaughter?
Right, then you'll see the classification change. There was 47, but 46 were actually considered criminal homicides, or where there will be prosecution, where it's self-defense. It's not a prosecutable crime.
So what percentage of those numbers typically change? Do they typically go up? Do they typically go down? What if somebody pleads? What if
It's not determined by the, it's taken by a report, not by prosecution.
by a report?
Or filing.
Okay, that helps. Thank you very much.
Councilmember.
Yes, thank you. I too want to say this is a great report. Glad to see all these positive numbers going in the positive way. One of the things that I want to talk about is the traffic enforcement, especially coming from a person that was in a hit and run with the red light. I think that I see an uptick of that. You know, there's more and more people running red lights. And it's like, okay, well, it just turned red, so I could just run it real quick. And I see it daily. And I think that if we put more traffic enforcement out there, we can catch some of these people, and they can understand that this is not something that they should be doing. And that's a big concern of mine. But also with the personnel and the training, I noticed in the report that when you listed it, and because it's a concern of the community, we need to try to make sure that we identify the races when we talk about personnel, because the big thing in the community is and a big concern of mine is the people in the force doesn't look like the people in the community. And so we want to make sure we keep them updated and show how many people, not just how many people are hired or coming out of training, but how many people have applied. And I think that showing a report like that would resolve a lot of issues that people have and a lot of concerns that people have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you realize I'm a big supporter of community-based, community-oriented policing. I know from my experience at Cal State, the more contacts with the citizens, one of the more difficult, I think, aspects of policing is getting into witnesses to provide information. I mean, I watch the crime reports that come in, and for the people who are stabbed or shot, you know, they're taken to the hospital and they refuse to provide any information. I mean, that just seems to me just so disturbing that they've been shot and they don't want to say anything about where do you go from there. And so with community-oriented policing, and if you can find more, have citizens be more at ease in reporting crime, you actually should get a spike in crime reports. So like if you in your sex trafficking, because you are out there and you are making a difference, you are getting a spike in the indications of crime. And so I very much appreciate that information. That seems to me the way it should be. But I know I've been talking with you quite frequently about marijuana dispensaries. I see them as being obviously illegal operations, and they're there and they stay there. And there's one that I keep on telling you about at the southeast corner of 16th and D Street, and not just because I drive by. It's a block away from San Bernardino High School. And last week I was in a meeting with School Police Chief Joe Polito and Dale Marston, the Superintendent of San Bernardino School District, and two board members, Gwen Rogers and Mike Gallo from the school district board. And one of the things that they mentioned is they want to partner with the police department more closely. And again, they brought up the issue about having these dispensaries so close to schools. And so that's why I'm concerned about that particular dispensary. And I know we've had a discussion about that, and I think I asked our city attorney, we do have a judicial advocate. Is that what is that the right title for the,
The city prosecutor? Is that
city
what you're referring
prosecutor?
to?
Got, yeah, city prosecutor. In this particular case, has that gone to the city prosecutor, the dispenser that I'm talking about, 16th and D?
Yes, that one was issued a couple ACPs. It did go to the hearing officer. It was held in October. The hearing officers aren't necessarily as quick to get back to the city with their notes, but my understanding is that one, that ACP was upheld. So there's a financial impact.
Are they getting charged $1,000 a day? Is that what that is?
It'll be assessed, yes.
Is the property owner going to be assessed that?
I believe it's the property owner that, I'll have to check to see who was issued the citation, whether it was the operator or
It should be the property owner, because they're obviously, I mean, there's a green cross and there's a neon sign saying open. And it's just really, from my point of view, not just frustrating, it's really disturbing that here's an illegal operation and we're the city of San Bernardino and we have regulations against that, and yet they're day after day, week after week, month after month, they're there, and I report it, and we know it's illegal, and we can't. We're going to rely on the DA's office to prosecute those two dispensaries for misdemeanors. Well, it's a misdemeanor, just a ticket, isn't it?
It kind of goes back to when I started in law enforcement, it was a felony to possess a certain amount of marijuana. It was a felony to sell marijuana, and it became a misdemeanor. Now possession is legal. And it was very ill-conceived, the whole notion of marijuana sales in the state of California. And when they passed it, they gave us no teeth to go out there against the people who are not going to abide by the rules. And unfortunately, selling marijuana without a permit is a misdemeanor. So yes, you're absolutely correct that it's a citation. So as long as they have identification, you write them a ticket. You can't take them. You don't take them to jail. And if they do go to jail, the jail cites them out because of their population concerns. And so it's very frustrating for law enforcement, more so for us because we used to be able to do a lot more than for the folks that are unaccustomed to that. And it's frustrating. And I think that as our elected officials for the community, you need to advocate more for our representatives in Sacramento to do something to fix the problem. And it's not just San Bernardino, but it's spread across the state of California. There's been programs on 60 Minutes and other places about just the overwhelming amount of marijuana in the state of California, so much so that it's depressed the prices but for marijuana, but because of the taxes that are assessed on legal marijuana, that the black market is still thriving far more than it ever has in the past. So it is very frustrating for us in law enforcement because there is no real teeth.
Well, but I just have to commend you. The reorganization looks like it's going along very well, and the numbers seem to be very positive. So thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, let's get right into our fire update. Chief Mejia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Dan Mejia, I'm the Assistant Chief of East Valley. I oversee the City of San Bernardino as well. This will be an update since July 1st till the end of the year. One of the things I want to announce is County Fire finally announced a fire chief, which is Chief Dan Muncy. Dan Muncy used to oversee the East Valley prior to being moved up to the chief's position. He will be speaking next City Council meeting just to give his thoughts on his ideas and how he wants to move forward in the fire service. But he did have three things that he asked us to push forward and his expectations, and one is community. He wants us to be active in our communities and be involved in community groups as well as any special events that the city is holding and making sure that we have a high profile there. And collaboration is another one, and it's all the departments in the city that he wants us to be working with and looking for partnerships and looking for opportunities to be integrated with. One of the things that we're proud of is our SWAT Medic program that we participate with the city PD. We've trained, two of our guys are trained, we've outfitted them, and then they participate in that program. And we're using that as a platform to reach out to some of the other communities that we support and trying to expand that program as well. And then in communication, He wants us to communicate with all members in the community, and we expect you guys to hold us accountable to that. And if we're not communicating well, then you need to communicate that with us. So. Some of the things, the important aspects of the fire service that we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about tonight is our emergency responses and calls for service, our response times, our capital improvements, our apparatus and equipment, our prevention, but our community risk reduction. Chief Muncie is really pushing this, and this is one of those things where he believes if it's predictable, it's preventable. And some of the areas that we're looking at is fuel reductions in some of our interface areas, and also with code enforcement and cleaning up some of the interface lots so that we prevent some of the fires that we witnessed this year, that or this past year, that we had some loss of homes, and so we want to be more active in doing that and expanding that program. And also, it's just not fuel reduction, but all the contacts we make when we go out to the community and we're running medical aids in people's houses, we want to start engaging them and asking them if they got their smoke detectors up, and just asking those questions and trying to reduce some of that and just get an education program out if we can. And then our special operations. Next on our incidents. I have two slides up. The one on the left is the first half of the year. The one on the second is the second half of the year. And you could see that we had an uptick in our incidents last year, or in the second half. And, we had a very active fire behavior in the fall, which is predictable because that's when the winds are and everything. We saw some of our bigger fires in San Bernardino then. But you also look at medical aids, they were up. And overall, all the call loads were up in the second half. No reason why, it's just, that's how it goes. Next is our response times. And in this, in this chart here, if you look at it, one of the things that we want to point out is the first ALS unit en route to on scene. So you see the metro, any city area, the standard is 5 minutes. We average 4 minutes and 54 seconds. But we really want to look at and focus on the 90 percentile. Really, that means 90% of the time how we averaging. You can take a call that, the 4 minutes and 54 seconds, you could have a call across a street from the station, and you could have one farther out, and that's what drives that number. But when you look at 90 percentile, we're looking at all the calls in those, and we're averaging about 7 minutes and 27 seconds. That's about what we averaged in the first half as well. And then if you look at the next one, which is Type 1 engines, it's about the same. And the reason why they're the same is because in some areas we respond in squads, which is a 2-man unit, a little quicker. But in the city, we typically have mostly, all we have is Type 1 engines and trucks, and we have one squad. So that's why that number really didn't change. The other thing that we want to look at is the second item from the bottom, which is the first full alarm assignment en route to on scene of a structure fire or a vegetation fire. And we can get a whole complement of equipment on scene in 9 minutes and 34 seconds. So what's that mean? What's a full complement? Well, if we were going to run a single-family dwelling fire, that is 3 engines, a truck, and a BC. If we're running a commercial fire, it's 4 engines, 2 trucks, and a battalion chief. So we got a lot of equipment rolling to that, and we can get it all there in 9.5 minutes, which is critical to us because, it's one thing to get 1 unit there, but it typically takes 2 units there so we can have a standby crew in place before our guys can go in and make an entry on a fire. Unless it's a known rescue, then we can go in and act independently. So those are critical to our benchmarks that we continually try to improve on so that it shows the efficiency of the fire service. Our CIP expenditures, this has been a very aggressive 3 years for us in trying to catch up on all the deferred maintenance in all the stations, and we've done a really good job. We've spent probably close to $6 million in the last 3 years and fixing up some of the stations and the grounds around it. So the first item, or first 2 items, is concrete and asphalt. Those were the last things that we were able to address. We did the interiors first for living quarters, and then we started doing the exteriors as well as station security. So we've completed the projects at 221 and 224. They look great. If you haven't been by those stations, they really made a difference there. We're working on Station 222, which is on 9th and Mount Vernon. And we're in a process right now of replacing the concrete and asphalt there. And also we're going to have to repipe that whole station because of the rust in the pipes. And those are the things that we're continually coming up against, you know, with the aging our stations and as well. Also, a couple other projects that we're moving forward on is we're making sure we have generators in all the fire stations for natural disasters or any kind of power outages, as our fire stations can be fully functional. And then extractors. Extractors are an important part now because of the concerns for cancer in the fire service. And so we were successful in purchasing 2 sets of gear for all of our personnel so that when they leave a fire, they're not wearing dirty gear to the next call and continue to get those contaminants or being exposed to those contaminants. So now we're able to launder those and then put them quickly back in another set of gear and get them back out. And then we're replacing the HVAC system at 224. I didn't realize how expensive HVAC systems are, but it's a $100,000 project just for that station in HVAC systems. And then replacing the bay doors at 222 as well. Next is our apparatus replacement. Just this year alone, we put 2 Type 1 engines into service. Recently, 222, just last week, got a new Type 1. We bought 2 new command vehicles for our battalion chiefs that roll around and manage the incidents for us, as well as we had to buy a side-by-side for some of the interface areas when we've had down hang gliders or incidents where we needed a side-by-side, or even our special events that we run out at the Orange Show. Next year we have 2 more Type 1s coming and a truck. So we've had a very aggressive plan to replace the aging equipment here in San Bernardino, and I think after next year, if you took a look at all the equipment, you'd be very proud of the rolling stock that you have going around this city. Our fire prevention program, one of the things, they've completed 1,130 mandated annual inspections, so that was for the whole year. And one of the things that I was asked last time we presented was, what was that percentage? And they assured us we completed 100% of those that were required last year, and we completed 461 plan checks, and those are quick turnarounds. So one of the things that we're very sensitive to is anybody that's bringing in plans to the fire department and in trying to push getting a building through, we're very sensitive in getting those in quick turnarounds and making sure that we're responsive to the people that are coming in and trying to move the city forward. They also are responsible for special events and giving permits out to special events and making sure that we're adequately staffed and they're meeting all their permits and making sure we're keeping the people safe. And then they participated in 6 public education events. And that's separate from what our fire engines do. Our fire engines continue to go out to schools and programs and do displays separate from our prevention group. Our investigators, which are separate from our prevention officers, they had 180 fire investigations, and typically anytime we have a structure fire or any kind of fire where we really don't know how it started, we'll call out an investigator because it does 2 things. They're experts in that area in determining cause and origin, but if there's any follow-up with the courts, they're going to represent us in the court system as well. But also what it does is it frees up our firefighters not to stay on scene to have to figure out cause and origin, and we're able to turn over our scenes to our investigators and they could follow up. They also do any injuries. If we have any injuries, we had 8. They do the investigations as well as that, and then they're in conjunction with any law enforcement on any fatalities. We did have 1 fatality last year. They also had 27 accidental fires that they investigated, determined to be accidental. 49 were incendiary, And then 65 undetermined. It's not always easy to determine where or how the fire started, especially when you get to some of the abandoned buildings. We know that it's probably man-caused, but we don't really necessarily have an exact reason why or where we feel comfortable putting it down on a report. And then 39 where no action was taken. And when we say no action was taken, it didn't mean that we didn't investigate it. It means like it could be food on the stove and the person told us, yeah, I was cooking and it took off and it caught my cabinets on fire. So we already know the determination. We just don't need an investigator to do that. And our special ops, this is one of the programs that I think that really kind of highlights county fire and separates us from a lot of other departments in the county, is the fact that we have hand crews and dozers that could come out. And we saw that in some of our fires that we had on the north end this year, where we can bring out our hand crews. And we have three teams of hand crews. So it really gives us a lot of coverage and a lot of flexibility. And so we had 24 incidents where they came out. 18 of those were on vegetations. They cleaned up 502 acres of land. And they also assist us with rescues just when we need additional manpower. Sometimes when you have some of these, it's really just manpower intensive. If we have a vehicle over the side, or we had a situation where we had a hang glider down and you can't get to them and the brush is too thick, well, they could come in and they could cut us a nice trail in there and get to these people. And then fuel mitigation. That's part of the community risk reduction, where we're looking for opportunity to start reducing fuel. I know that it sounds like a simple thing to go in and clear off some of this fuel, but we have AQMD requirements that sometimes prevent us from doing that, but that doesn't prevent us from going in and cutting dozer line and putting in fuel breaks prior to. So if we do have an event there, that we already have some established control lines. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chief Mejia. We appreciate all of our fire professionals in our city doing the great work that you're providing for our citizens. And when it comes to fire and rescue, we appreciate all the hard work. Just briefly, more of an economic development question, and I guess the impacts thereof. As I see the plan check, your department handles and administers the plan checks. I'd like for maybe our city manager to work with our director on that. I've heard a number of new businesses coming to town, the concerns that they have on the duration of a plan check. And I respect, the process, but I want to see how we can facilitate and ease the burdens so that our economic development doesn't dwindle, or the interest from the investment community is not somehow impacted. Perhaps maybe setting up a one-stop shop or having the plan check within our own department would be a creative way to allow for this still to happen concurrently. And so I'll encourage and let staff worry about how to get that done, but really that's the only thing that I have to observe here. Let's do brief comments here on anything fire, and we'll kick it around here. Any council member? Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, just real quickly, we are updating our general plan, and I know that my understanding is that typically your hazard mitigation plan folds into your general plan update. Is that sort of common practice? I just was curious, now who is responsible for the hazard mitigation plan now that we've annexed into the county? Is that a county fire, or do we do that? I'm unclear on who's responsible for that now that we've annexed into the fire district.
We do some annexes for our emergency management stuff, so we anticipate those, and we do some annexes for our disaster preparedness.
Okay, but the actual hazard mitigation plan, who's
Are you talking more in the fuel reduction or
correct?
Code?
Yeah.
So we shared responsibilities, I believe, with code enforcement on some of those. We've gotten to an agreement with the city.
Okay. Because I just want to make sure that we bookmark in our general plan update the hazard mitigation plan, because to your issue of fuel reduction, I think what I'd like to work together on is looking at some strategies as part of that general plan update to address that wildland-urban interface that we have on the north end of the city, looking at perhaps some mitigation funding that we might pursue in partnership with County Fire, perhaps creating fire breaks, trail systems, other things that we can improve our mitigation measures. We just had discussion this evening on annexation of a major piece of real estate in that far northwest corner of our city that abuts the mountains. I think it's very important for us to be looking down the road on mitigation measures and working together to get the funding and working at the state level advocating for that funding through our general plan update. So I'd like to work with you on that. And again, if we can get some clarity on who's responsible for that hazard mitigation plan going forward. I'm getting some conflicting information. And
Through our emergency management office, we do the hazard mitigation plan.
You do? Okay. And is that in partnership with County Fire, or is that just the city that does that now?
Just the city does that.
Just the city. Okay. And then also, I get questions about the former fire station we had at Kendall and University. I know that station was shuttered, and my understanding was the property sold, and when might we anticipate getting that station serve the Cal State area? When do we anticipate a new station being opened in that area?
So yes, the property was sold. It was sold last year. We are just getting ready to get into conversation with the city manager on future station sites. We have a couple stations that need to be rebuilt or relocated to give us better coverage, and so that's a plan that we have. We're going to be moving forward to, looking forward to presenting to the city with Chief Muncie. And
yeah, and I'd be willing to work with Cal State if there's a way we can partner with them. That station did serve that campus, and I think, rather than the city and the county maybe partnering with the university, they have a lot more money than any of us do. Maybe we can work something out and find a way to serve that community. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Councilman Charette.
Just a big thank you for all that you do. I certainly have experienced your service and appreciate it. The current response times, your footnote about previous fire reported response times were 9 minutes and 30 seconds, 9.5. How does that compare to what we're looking at here?
So we've
reduced the response times, right?
Correct.
I mean, we've improved them.
We've improved them, yes. We got that number off of the Citygate report when it was City Fire, and that's where that number was generated.
And that's just kind of a generic number?
Yes.
Because we've got so many different categories here, but we've improved our response times pretty dramatically.
And the way we were able to do that is we took using data, and we were able to look where our highest call loads were. And when we closed the station on Kendall, Station 225, we relocated that engine to our headquarters station, which was the bulk of our calls. So now we had 3 pieces of equipment be able to respond and cut down on that response time there. So that's where some of our dramatic response time decreases were.
So my question is, we had 12 stations. You've improved response times with only 10. Why are we going to build more that you just mentioned?
Well,
I'm being facetious. Obviously, we'd like one on every corner if we could. But seriously, that's kind of a kudo to you all. You've done it with 10 stations. And roughly the same number of personnel.
Well, in all fairness to City Fire.
And I'm not disparaging City Fire. Believe me, I've said that more than once over these last, 8 or 10 years, that I don't disparage them at all. But I recognize that we're really improving.
Yeah, one of the things that it's important is that City Fire was in the process of going through some financial problems, and that's the number we pulled off the Citygate report. So we don't necessarily say that's our number and how they came to that. It's the number we use, and then that's the data that we pull from our reports.
And then the last question is, these numbers that you've given us, that you've shown us, is that for the East Valley? And that's not just San Bernardino?
That is just San Bernardino City.
So
we're
how
able
do those
to pull
compare
that.
to others,
So-
other cities, like, I don't know where else you're...
Well, obviously, when you get to the high desert, we have less stations and they're farther apart.
Right.
And so our response times are longer. You get to San Bernardino or to Fontana, where
Is there
they
a
have.
comparison? Are you in you're covering Fontana?
No, we have
they have
a-
their own.
Yeah.
But how do we
Yes.
compare with Fontana?
Yes, we are comparable.
Are we beating them? Are we doing better?
They have a little bit better response time, but they have more stations.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for all that you do, and I appreciate it. And I've seen your guys out there that are getting real serious about cleaning up vegetation. Believe me, I know from experience.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you to both police and fire, and we thank you for your service. Let's move on to item number 8, the violence intervention. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Ibarra.
I want to start by commending our county fire. I live close to Station 224, and I saw the new engine. I was there helping out on Halloween to pass out candy while the firefighters were out at calls. But the few times they were coming back to the station and the door was open with the new engine, everybody was attracted to it. So I do appreciate the response times and all the CIP that you're doing to improve out in our city. So thank you for what you do. That's it. Simple.
I, too, would like to express my appreciation. I, along with some of the other council members here, had the opportunity to participate in the Fire Ops 101 a few months ago and had just a sampling of what some of the duties and responsibilities of our firefighters. I have two points here that I kind of want to get to. The Valley College area, that neighborhood, and I brought this up in the past already, so I do know that, but they heavily rely on, after the closure of a nearby station many years ago, they heavily rely now on the response of the station, I believe it's 222 up on 9th Street. With the anticipated closure of the Mount Vernon Bridge, looking forward, looking ahead here, how can I reassure the residents in that area that they're still, especially given that the highest calls for service really come down to medical, they're really concerned as far as that. I would argue we really need to have a fire station back in that area again. That was closed down many years ago. So how can I reassure a lot of the residents in that area that the time isn't going to increase for them? Where is their service
So
going to
what
come
we
from?
did is we went ahead and started looking at the data and we have the ability with our Deccan program to plot down and say, if we had a station right here, what would our response times be? But also it gives us the ability to say, let's take away a street, and what would our response times be? So what it will do is it's going to pull the Station 221 headquarters, and they'll come down across and come up, and it's negligible in the response time. So with 3 engines down there, you won't probably even notice.
Okay. Another area, I remember many years ago that there was talks and conversations about, again, going back to the highest calls are for medical purposes. There were talks about the Affordable Care Act covering some of the cost of that. Whatever happened with that? What came of that? Is there any information on that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So
I just remember back in the past there used to be talks about that. I'm not sure.
There was partnerships that they were trying to do with. We were in a program where we did follow up because a lot of our calls were people that were released from the hospital too early, and so that they weren't doing well, and we'd end up going back and transporting. And so there was a program where we had paramedics that rode in pickups that just did follow up, making sure people got their medication, they got their, that they were getting follow up care, and that really cut down on a lot of that, those duplicate calls what we got for service. So we're still participating in that program. It's just a pilot program to see if that would help, and those are areas that we're still trying to reduce our call load.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 8, the Violence Intervention Program. It's recommended that the mayor and city council items 1 and 2 under this. Is there a motion for approval?
I would like to move to approve this item.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Very good. Members would please cast their vote on item number 8.
Madam City Clerk, we need to vote on item 8. Item number 8.
Item number 8, VIP. It's a mover and a second. If members would cast their votes, please.
There we go.
On item 8, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nickel. Is that correct? Okay. And the second by Ms. Richard, and the item passes 7-0.
Very good. Item number 9, strategic planning work session report.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right. Well, it looks like we're moving right along. Item number 9, there's a mover and a second. If members would please cast their vote.
Mayor, if I may, I need to apologize because we should have announced this earlier. Item number 12 is going to be pulled. We didn't do the proper noticing, and I notified you, but there may be folks in the audience waiting, so I
Very good.
apologize. We didn't notify the applicant.
Item number 12 has been pulled at the request of the city manager to February 5th. Is that right? So if you're on item number 12, it has been pulled from the calendar for tonight. Thank you very much for attending. Item number 9, we have a mover and a second. City clerk, report out, please. Item number 9.
On item number 9, the mover was Mr. Nickel. The second was made by Ms. Richard, and it passes 7-0.
Very good. Strategic planning work session report. We're so excited for the road ahead in 2020. We thank our city manager. We'll receive and study it in writing, and we understand it. It was a great work plan. Appreciate your hard work, Terry, on that. Item number 10, consider an amendment to the boundary of the NFAB Nexus Study Zone expansion is to adopt the resolution 2020-24 of the Mayor and City Council, amending the boundary of the Norton Air Force Base Nexus Study Zone expansion area. And we'll receive a brief staff report. Go for it, sir.
Is that necessary?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, in March of 2006, a traffic development impact fee prepayment agreement was adopted and executed between the City of San Bernardino, the IVDA, and the San Bernardino International Airport. It's what we refer to as the DIF agreement. The DIF agreement acknowledges that IVDA and the airport assume the responsibility for the funding of construction of substantial road infrastructure improvements in and around the former Norton Air Force Base. So associated with that, the development impact fee agreement was established in 2006, and as part of that specific establishment of the agreement, what it basically did was to establish this credit program whereby the San Bernardino International Airport and the IVDA did a substantial amount of improvements in and around the airport within the public rights of way. And as such, based on the amount of money that they have invested, we did provide a credit program that would allow them to allocate certain amount of DIF credits to potential development within the boundaries of the Nexus study. On December 11th of 2019, the IVDA board had authorized the submittal of a notice to the City of San Bernardino requesting that there be an amendment to the Nexus study boundary area to accommodate an area on the west side of Waterman on the former San Bernardino Golf Course site. The IVDA is working with Hillwood, which is actually a Perot company, Hillwood has actually built and invested a lot of money in the construction of projects in and around the area. In this particular case, the property in question is owned by Hillwood. They're just finishing up on a new 1 million square foot logistics center. The Hillwood Properties has reached out to IVDA and requested them to take an item to the board, which they did. The board had approved the amendment to the boundaries, and as such, the board has forwarded that to the city for consideration. So really, at the end of the day, what's in front of the city council is to consider a boundary amendment to incorporate this one property. It's only an expansion to the boundary. It would not increase the amount of DIF credits that are allocated for this particular area. With that, that concludes my presentation.
Move to approve.
Mr. Huntley, the boundary amendment, is this in perpetuity, or is it just specific to the build-out of this property?
So this is just the build-out for this property. So it is slightly increasing the boundaries of the existing Nexus study area.
And it's only for the DIF credits?
Strictly for the DIF credits.
Okay, all right. And you had suggested that there's an amount given to DIF credits. How is that tabulated, and how do you issue those credits, and when are those credits issued?
So the way the process works is this. So pursuant to the DIF agreement that was executed between the city and between the two other entities, IVDA and the International Airport, the DIF credits cannot be issued unless the first thing, that the property itself needs to be within the boundaries of the Nexus study area. And the second item is that the use of the credits would be limited to the projects where the IVDA has an ownership or economic interest. And the last item is that based on the establishment of the DIF agreement, they set a maximum amount of credits of 11,360,000. Currently, today they have about 1.5 million credits left. And what would happen is if council does authorize the expansion of the boundary, some of those DIF credits would go toward the project, which is almost finished on Waterman.
And so if there's $1.5 million left or remaining, and the variance of that, how do we get refunded, or, I mean, do they utilize, it's up to the Hillwood to make application for those DIF credits?
Correct. So they would actually submit an application or form a letter to IVDA. They would consider those, and they would authorize those accordingly.
And could potentially use all $1.5 million?
That would be more of a credit or a question for the IVDA, but I don't think this product would utilize the remaining credits. I think their anticipation is there could be other future products within the boundaries that could utilize these credits, or a portion of them.
Certainly appreciate IVDA representation here tonight. Mr. Burrows, Cap Pritchett, and company, we thank you for all of your leadership at the IVDA and our San Bernardino International Airport. This is a great, great opportunity for us to collaborate and partner, and we're grateful for your leadership there. There's a mover and a second. If members would please cast their votes on this item.
Ms. Ibarra. On item 10, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. Item number 11, the Police Management Association Salary Survey. There is the recommendation before you, and there's the operative word is or between 1 and 2 and 3. So, Ms. City Manager?
That's correct, Mayor. As you recall, in November of last year, I brought an item forward requesting approval for the salaries for the assistant chief and the chief according to the MOU associated, which used the methodology of the former 186 charter schedule. You did not approve that item. We came back in closed session last time on December 4th, and you directed me to come back with just the salary for the assistant chief. I had to negotiate with them as a meet and confer, and they did not agree with the methodology if we pulled the chief out of that survey. So I'm back before you tonight with a couple of options. If the PMA is of the belief that if you pull the chief out, it changes the methodology and it changes the cities. I'm not necessarily with that belief, but that's something that would have to be worked out. So you have a couple options tonight. You can either direct me to go back and negotiate with the PMA again, or adopt the salary schedule as brought forward to you on November 6th. for the chief and the assistant chief classifications.
The matter is before the council on item number 11. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we go with the recommendation from staff at the November 6th meeting to update the salaries for both the assistant chief and the chief, respectively.
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that's item number 2 and 3?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the motion by Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second that motion.
I have a substitute motion.
And again, sorry, just to make sure we have this correct, this is both for the assistant chief as well as the chief.
That's correct. It would be with the original methodology that they originally agreed with.
Okay.
That's correct.
Councilmember Ibarra?
I wanted to make the substitute motion that we do option number 2 in the recommendation, which is the adopt resolution 2020-13, updating salary for the assistant chief effective August 1st. I believe that is part of the MOU.
Thank you for reminding me. There's an error in the title of this one. The resolution is correct, but option number 2 should include the chief.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to approve the assistant chief. I wanted to follow the MOU.
As I mentioned, they did not approve that when I went back to negotiate with them. Their feeling is if you pull the chief out of the equation, it changes the methodology and needs to be recalculated.
So I think now that we've sort of hashed that, can we go ahead and discuss and dialogue here as to why that would change and how that would affect the fiscal impact of the city's budget?
The PMA is of the belief that if you pull out the chief and you don't survey for the chief, it changes the cities that come to the middle 10. Preliminarily, that looks like it'd be a 24% raise just for the assistant chief.
And what about the lieutenants and captains?
It doesn't affect them.
Okay. But that 24% increase, what does that look like in a dollar amount?
It was about $4,000 a month, so about $48,000 a year.
So is that more than if we were to just follow the original methodology with the chief included?
Yes, it's quite a bit more.
Okay, so if we honor our agreement with our police officers, the city has a cost savings? Am I correct?
Oh, I'd have to do the math. It wouldn't be that much, but the bigger problem would be that the assistant chief would probably be making more money than the police chief.
No, so now that's an additional reason why. So along with, I guess, however small the savings would be, we would now have the issue of compaction, and now we would also have the conflict of an agreement we had reached with our police officers that we would no longer honor. So those 3 factors come into play.
That's correct.
I make a motion that we approve the recommendation from staff in November 6th.
Okay, failure for a motion by Councilmember Ibarra, the floor motion by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Henry Nickel. Members would please cast their votes on item number 2 and 3. Members would cast their votes, please.
I came up as a second.
On item 11, the motion was made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Mr. Nickel, and this was to adopt items 2 and 3. Passes 5-2 with Mr. Charette and Mr. Mulvihill voting no.
Important to note that it includes police chief and assistant police chief.
That's correct, and the resolution that you're adopting does have that language in it.
It is.
All right, moving on to, as stated earlier, item number 12 has been pulled administratively to February 5th. We will now proceed into our public hearings portion. It's item number 13, annexation number 3 to CFD 2019-1 for tax zone number 4 with an APN of 02660439. It is recommended that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino hold a public hearing. At this time, I will go into reading the exact script as
Mayor, if I may please just interrupt you
Yes.
for a moment. It's been brought to my attention that we've had a technical difficulty with the balloting process in this matter. So it's going to be my recommendation that the council open the public hearing, close the public hearing, but continue it to the meeting of February 5th.
Thank you very much. The public hearing is to consider annexation proceedings and elections for City of San Bernardino. The public hearing is now open. The time is 10:45 p.m. Are there any disclosures from the...
Move to second.
Very good. Having those noted continuance, members would please cast your votes to continue the item.
I'd just like to remind the city clerk that since it's a public hearing, we'll need to post the room with the continuation of the public hearing.
Yes. Sanchez, yeah. On item 13, the motion to open the hearing, close the hearing, and continue it to the 5th was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Sanchez, and passes 7-0.
We'll go ahead and close item number 13 on the public hearing, and it's about 10:47 p.m. Item number 14 is to extend a moratorium on the approval of land use entitlements related to urgency ordinance number MC-1527.
Move to approve.
It is recommended that the mayor and city council read by title only, waive further reading, and adopt urgency ordinance number MC-1529, extending a moratorium by 10 months and 15 days on the approval of land use entitlements and license of permit or permit applications, allowing for the operation of public or private social services uses or welfare operations at any location within 750 feet of any residentially zoned property within the city. I'm opening the public hearing at approximately 10:47 p.m. Ms. City Manager, at this time, could staff present the report on this item? Having sensed that there's some urgency here, I think we already have a motion for approval and a second. Are there any more public comments on this item? Seeing none and moving on. I'm now closing the public hearing at 10:48 p.m. for deliberation and action. We certainly have a motion, and if members would please cast their vote on this item.
Were you the mover? Mr. Sanchez, did you move the motion? Okay. On item 14, the motion was made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Very good. Moving on to consent calendar. We'll poll council members, please, on the items to be polled. Mayor Pro Tem.
Item 19.
Councilmember Barra.
I need to recuse myself from number 25. I'm employed with that agency. And I want to pull number 18 and 37 for discussion before voting.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa.
Not to pull, but simply to fully support the replacement construction of the roof at Lytle Creek Park Community Center.
Very good. Do you want that item pulled, sir? Or no, just
not pulled, just a comment to say that I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Charette. Councilmember Nickel. Councilmember Richard. Councilmember Mulvihill. Move for the balance.
I'll move the balance.
With the second by Councilmember Richard, Charette and Richard. Members would cast their votes, please.
On the consent calendar, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Ms. Richard, and passes 7-0.
Very good. Thank you. Item number 9. Well, let's go with item number 18. Councilmember Barra.
I have some questions for our city staff. I didn't see the information on our packet.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. Let me pull this back a little bit. Item number 18 is the Inland Center Mall Police Substation lease. It's two-part to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement to lease a space for the police substation at the Inland Center Mall according to the terms of the lease agreement, and to authorize the Director of Finance to appropriate $20,000 from the Asset Forfeiture Fund into the fiscal year 2019-20 adopted budget. Councilmember Ibarra.
Thank you. Question for staff. So with the substation being there, do we already have an overview or an idea of how many officers will be at that substation servicing the 24 hours per day, and their salaries of what they'll come out to on a yearly basis?
So it'll be staffed with the lieutenant, a sergeant, and the 2 district resource officers. At this given time, we don't have staff to have the doors open for the general public to come in, but it'll be a workspace for those officers to work from. and then also a place where patrol officers can stop in and do paperwork or use the facilities.
Okay, and then my next question is for Mr. Masterich, right? Aaron? Okay. Are you guys willing to negotiate maybe helping pay some of those salaries for our police officers that will be at your station? We have contracts, for example, with San Manuel. They ask for our police officers to be in their area, and they give us money to help offset some of those expenses.
Mr. Stoyich, if you'd like to represent or come speak at the podium.
Mark Ostoich, 550 East Hospitality Lane, San Bernardino. I'm going to try to answer the council person's question. First of all, Macerich maintains a full security force on staff on the premises, and so the police substation being there doesn't benefit them as such as a business. Their objective in doing this is to support the community policing program, and as part of this, they're going to spend approximately $250,000 in making improvements to the facility, which is really a significant contribution, and all they're really going to obtain in return is $1 a year rent. So I think our position is we feel that Macerich is being extremely generous and forthcoming and is really doing this to support the community, and respectfully, we feel that that's all that they can do.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. With all due respect, Mr. Stoyich, a lot of businesses throughout the city would like to have a substation, and they also offer them for $1, especially along Baseline. If you happen to drive around Baseline, we have a lot of loiters, we have a lot of crime. We lost the Smart and Final. We lost other businesses on Baseline. So what would make Inland Center Mall the exception from other businesses getting a substation? I mean, if there's any other way that you guys might help us with the expenses, we are really tight on the money right now, and I'm just looking out for the city.
Well,
and to have one substation just at Inland Center Mall where other businesses ask for them and they're not getting them, I feel there's a huge, like, the balances are not, it's not balanced, it's not fair for everybody else.
Well, I appreciate your position and thank you, but I feel like $250,000 investment in improvements is a very significant contribution, and I doubt that those other businesses are doing that. So, but I do appreciate your position.
Actually, Mayor, can you tell us how much Baseline Shopping Center made in improvements on their facility, on their location? They spent quite a bit of money too. And I know he told the mayor the amount.
Council member, are you referring to the improvements made to Smart and Final prior to their departure?
That is correct. And the property owner also made
Sean,
expenses.
the property owner, in conversations with him, suggested that Smart and Final made over $1 million worth of investments internally prior to their departure. I think the better story for our community is that this is a moment to celebrate. We have a good corporate citizen, Macerich, providing a platform for our community-oriented policing. This will be the first in our community to provide the emblem of service for our community. This is a great opportunity to begin the process on the other 5 police command zones. We certainly appreciate the advocacy and the points you're making, Council Member. At this time, let's go ahead and cast the votes. There's a motion for approval on this matter. Item number 18.
I have a comment.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Yes, I'm concerned that you really want to place these neighborhood substations where there's more community interaction, more face-to-face contact. And the Inland Center, there really is no neighborhood around there. I mean, there are shoppers coming through, But the reality is that it really doesn't provide any impact for the neighborhood. In other words, what we should be doing is determining the location of these substations, looking at other objective criteria like crime reporting, and not necessarily because there's a nominal expense for this. And I think that there are opportunities where businessmen will be more than willing to provide us with a fairly low-cost substation where we can locate. Also, too, the role of a substation is for an officer to stop in for whatever, to take a break. It's unlikely that the Inland Center would be a proper place. There's not an easy way of getting in and getting out. And what I've mentioned before is the fact that the meeting with Chief Polito from the school district and with the superintendent of San Bernardino Public Schools and the two members of the school board, they were looking for partnering with particularly the city police department. And I think we should really look into that kind of an association and get police stations, these substations, more in line with where the school districts, where the schools are, although they have their own policing. Obviously, the students go off campus. There's lots of citizens. The city and the school district service populations are the same, and thus we should coordinate more closely with it. And again, thanks to the management of the Inland Center to propose this. But in fact, for a police substation, a neighborhood substation, it really doesn't fit our needs and the needs of a neighborhood. It's very visible, but again, for what we were looking for in terms of community-based policing, of getting to know the neighborhoods better, it just doesn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Councilmember Nichol.
Yeah, well, first off, I think this is a tremendous gift to the city. And I would encourage any property owners that are willing to invest $250,000 in improvements to support a substation to please contact our city manager and let her know immediately.
They can call the mayor's office.
Or the mayor's office and let us know immediately, because I certainly would welcome such offers. But I do see this as a tremendous opportunity to partner with one of our major sales tax generators. I've actually been to the site. It's actually a very accessible site in terms of being located right near the entrance to the mall, so you don't actually have to go into the mall to access it. So if I'm not mistaken, it's actually a very good location for a substation, and will give us the ability now to deploy in that southwest area of the city, where we need to get our officers closer to the communities they serve. And this is going to give us a base of operations. And I think it's a good prototype for us. What I'd like to do is look at, how this works out over the next 6 months or so before we jump into any more. But I think I couldn't ask for anything better in terms of what we're getting. And I think, this is really something I think we should be very grateful in receiving. So thank you, Macerich, for stepping up to the plate, being a good corporate citizen, and giving our city an opportunity to expand this community policing model that is working and will continue to benefit our community. So I would go ahead, if there hasn't, do we have a motion on the floor? I would like to move this item and approve it.
There's a move for approval by Councilman Nichol and a second by Councilmember Richard. Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you. I just had a quick question. How many businesses have inquired about putting a substation at their site?
I'm not familiar with anybody else offering up any space at this time.
Oh, thank you.
And packet page 449 through 451 suggests the actual cost is up to $300,000. And so, Mr. Stoyich, minor modification is $300,000. That extra $50,000 matters. And I want to just say thank you to Macerich Corporation. Your generosity and the visibility to our community. Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you. I also want to express my appreciation to the Macerich Corporation and highlight the point that within a quarter mile of this location, there are many homes, over on Scenic Road, I Street, J Street, Mary S., Grant. There are Bunker Hill, there are many homes in that area, hundreds, if not maybe a few thousand in there. So there are many homes in that area that would be served by this. This council approved the community-oriented policing strategies prior to this, and this is just, quite frankly, this is just the next step in that strategy. And this will complement that as well. This is not, again, just to emphasize, this isn't private security for the mall. This isn't something that's inside the mall. They will still have their own security. This is for the benefit of the community, for community-oriented policing. And so this is a great gift, and I also would welcome any other business that wants to offer the same opportunity. I will gladly support that as well.
Then why haven't they been added?
Because please cast your votes, please. Item number 18, I think we've had full discussion on it. Members, cast your votes, please, on item 18.
On item 18, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nickel, the second by Ms. Richard, and it passes 4-3 with council members Ibarra, Charette, and Mulvihill voting no.
Thank you to Macerich, and we appreciate your generosity, sir. Thank you. Item number 19 by Council Mayor Pro Tem Sanchez. Mayor Pro Tem?
On item 19, I move to table this. I move to table the. I move to table the either the denial or acceptance of this agreement with the legal services with Lindbergh and Watkins.
The implications, Ms. Ledoux, as we've discussed.
Yeah, I just must advise you that we're still working on this case and we need to retain this attorney. I've reached my $50,000 in authority. Beyond that, this attorney won't be able to work on this case
Approximately how much more do you anticipate?
It depends on the litigation.
And what's the request? Can we provide?
If you want to give me a cap,
Yep.
so we're going to come back to you, that would be all right too. But at this point in time, this attorney would likely have to stop work on this. He may have a little bit left under my authority, but it wouldn't get us very far.
Okay, so in that case, I'd like to make a motion that we grant you a budget of not to exceed 10,000, 20,000, 10,000, 25.
I'm hearing 25 to the right of me.
All right, not to exceed 25,000 over a period of what? Should we give you a time limit? No. All right. So an amount not to exceed 25,000.
Second.
Okay, members, you have the motion and a second. Members would cast their vote on that caveat, please. Item number 19.
On item 19, the motion to cap the legal service fees to cap it at $25,000 was made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passes 4-3 with Ms. Ibarra, Mr. Charette, and Mr. Nickel voting no.
Very good. Item number 25 was noted as abstention. Ms. City Attorney, how should we handle that? Should we vote for that separate, since she called the abstention on that?
If you're not going to have a discussion on it, she can remain on the dais and you can just take a motion. But if you have any questions or discussion, then council member will be advised to step off the dais.
All right. Item number 25 has been pulled because of that. And if there's a motion
Move
with
to
no
approve.
discussion. All right. If members would please cast your votes on number 25. The abstention noted by Councilmember Barham.
On item 25, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Sanchez, seconded by Ms. Richard, and passes 6-0 with Councilmember Ibarra abstaining.
Thank you very much. Item number 37, Councilmember Ibarra.
Recently, at a evening with the cop, we had an interesting conversation. We were talking about how Ring has a neighborhood app. Has our PD considered being part of the neighborhood app, where a lot of neighbors are part of that network, and we can immediately find where the crime is happening? Because I know we're spending money on cameras that nobody's looking at, and with the Ring neighborhood or network, everybody that has the Ring would have access to it.
Yes, we're going through that process, and with that, with people becoming more aware of it, it's an opt-in, I think, for the consumer, and they're just now getting around to, I think, changing their app to allow people to opt into that. But yeah, absolutely, it's a force multiplier for us. Who doesn't have a camera on their house nowadays? And if we can access those, then that just benefits us immensely.
Because I think that would be very cost-effective for our city, and it's just a matter of getting the word out. That evening with the cop that we had was an amazing turnout. Everybody loved hearing about that being part of the network, and some of them did mention they're going to join. They're going to put their cameras onto the network.
And one thing is technology advances. Obviously, we accumulate thousands upon thousands of hours of video data, which, if we want to look at it for something specific, it takes thousands upon thousands of hours to view. But there's software being developed where you can actually enter information of what you're looking for, and the computer will scan that data and try to find it for you. So it saves a tremendous amount of man hours and makes us more efficient. And we're going to be pursuing that as well.
That's all for me.
Okay, item number 37, is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Second?
Second.
Thank you. So noted. And if members would cast their votes on item number 37.
On item 37, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Figueroa. It was seconded by Mr. Sanchez, and it passes 6-0 with Mr. Mulvihill absent.
Okay, thank you. There's been a
Point of order, Mayor.
Councilmember Richard.
I just want to comment on number 28 and number 38. I just want to thank the city manager for bringing that to light. I've been talking about the A and B bonds forever, and we finally got to a point where we can actually see it in writing. So I want to thank you, and I appreciate you for that.
Thank you for your persistence.
On item number 38, we're so excited to bring the MLK parade to the west side of San Bernardino. It's been a long time coming. A lot of people didn't think we could pull it off. You know, the committee that was here, I want to thank them for all of their hard work, because they're the ones that did the work. But, you know, like I told them, you go on with the parade as if it's going to happen. It's easier to cancel it than it is to say, okay, let's do it within the next couple of days. So on January the 20th, I hope I see all the city staff out and all the city residents in the city of San Bernardino come out and enjoy the MLK parade. It starts at noon. It's going to start at Garcia, at the corner of Mount Vernon and Baseline, and it's going to end at Arroyo Valley High School. There's going to be all sorts of treats there. There's going to be performances, and I just want the community to come and enjoy the parade and have a community day. So thank you.
I want to commend the City Council for their great work on this item number 38 on the fee waiver for MLK Parade. And I also want to send kudos to our Mayor Pro Tem, former Mayor Pro Tem, as she led that for her term of office for the Mayor Pro Tem. The opportunities, I think, that Basine provided for that parade were due in large part to her leadership, her advocacy to make sure that it was paramount and front and center here for our city officials. And So I want to send my deep appreciation to Basine Richard for your commitment to your district and your ward and the advocacy thereof for the Martin Luther King Parade. I also want to send my deep appreciation to the committee. The committee has made tireless efforts to advance the priorities of the Martin Luther King Parade. It's the first time in many, many, many years that it's coming to the west side, and we're excited about that. Basine and I will both be in it, and I am bringing the charros. I'm bringing the charros. It's about 10 to 15 horses, prize horses, and we're excited
Make sure
about.
they have the fanny packs on to catch all that stuff that comes out of them.
So we're excited. It's going to be a great parade, a pageantry of our local community, and we're excited about that. All right, items to be referred to committee, council members. Councilmember Barr.
Yes, I'd like to actually open up the conversation between our city manager and Mr. Shant from the Baseline Shopping Center for a possible substation as well. And maybe by the second meeting in February, bring it up to a vote. Is that feasible?
It took a long time to work out this lease agreement with the mall, so it would probably take longer than that. And I think I heard Councilmember Nichols say you kind of wanted to give it a few months, maybe 6 months, to see how this one's working out before but we can certainly open the discussion with him.
Okay, yeah, because I don't, this property owner has been waiting almost a whole year for a substation. He was excited when we approved the community-oriented policing, and we mentioned to him we're also going to start approving substations since last year. And he's been waiting very patiently, and now that this is starting, I would like for him to also have that opportunity.
We can reach out and see what his thoughts are.
Okay, any other items?
I do want to agendize it, though, for the second meeting in February.
I won't have anything ready for you by then, but I will reach out to him.
We can't follow the same format that you used for Inland Center Mall?
Negotiating a lease takes some time. And
How
the
much
chief
time?
also needs to look at the location and make sure it's going to work within his plan as well.
So how much time do you need?
Would you like me to report back to you on March on our conversation with him and with the chief?
An information item?
Yeah, would that be all right?
Sure. First meeting in March? Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a?
Along
Okay,
the same,
any other items?
yes. So,
Well,
same-
along the same, and if we're going to do that for one district, I think we need to look at all of them as a whole and just do it all together instead of piecemealing it. We have the first, the business owner that is going to be our guinea pig with it, if you want to say so. So we want to make sure, let's negotiate throughout all of the districts instead of just doing one at a time. That's my
I
recommendation.
agree. We need a siting plan of where they need to be before
Yeah,
we move forward.
and again, as I've been pushing here, I think we need to contact the school district and partner with them. They have also a very, house by house understanding of their neighborhoods,
Very
and where
good.
the opportunities are and where the threats are.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Nichol.
I do have some items I would like to agendize potentially for LRC consideration. We had public comment this evening regarding P-bid for the downtown. And
Did you see it in my action plan?
I did. But I want to make sure we're having some conversation in the context of our committees so we can start vetting some of these ideas. Also, I would like to start drilling into some of the strategies we currently have in place. I know there's been some recent court decisions related to how we're addressing homeless encampments, vagrancy in the city. I would like to get up to speed on how some of those recent court decisions may affect enforcement and what we may need to do in the context of city ordinances to address those recent court decisions. And then I would like to start looking at code enforcement as well, whether there's a potential to partially or perhaps privatize, outsource that component. I believe the plan of adjustment looked at some contracted type services. I'll have to look at the plan of adjustment, but if I recall, I think code enforcement was one of those services that we may potentially look at contracting out, or at least some of it. I'd like to begin those discussions in LRC, just looking into it, doing some study sessions, looking at what our options are, what are the costs, benefit of various options related to code enforcement. But I do think we're going to need to start ramping up over the next year and preparing for future economic development utilizing code enforcement measures.
Okay, very good. Any other final additions? All right. I'd like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Bonnie Cherie Johnson. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as a successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency will be held on Wednesday, February 5th at Feldheim Library. Open session will begin at 7 p.m. and closed session will follow afterwards. Thank you for attending tonight. Drive home safely.